such thing as a free lunch in this tournament. Hikaru is the favorite. And yeah, I guess the most important thing is that it's a crucial match and a crucial day since Hikaru does come into it having wound up on the short end of getting the short end of the stick, let's say, in the Armageddon matches against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and yesterday against Magnus Carlsen.
One thing that I'm curious about, I know that usually our mods are all knowing. I see that Wandering Bishop is saying tomorrow there's just one more round robin match. It's the short day. I was actually under the impression that tomorrow was the longest day with the schedule that I received, at least saying yes, one more round robin match, but also the entire survival stage happening tomorrow. So, Wandering Bishop, if I am incorrect, let me know. But I was under the impression that tomorrow was the longest day of the event, which Creamsicle seems to. Okay, Wandering Bishop is saying Wandering Bishop might be confused. Okay, I think tomorrow is actually the longest day. Speaking of the survival stage, I think at this point it's going to be difficult for Hikaru to finish in the top two and immediately be seeded into the semis. But what we need to hope is just to avoid bottom two. Remember, after the round robin event, the bottom two get eliminated immediately, while the four players in the middle, so places 3 through to 6, the four players will battle it out for 2 spots in the semis, and that's all going to happen tomorrow. So tomorrow will not only be a long but a very exciting day. Today we talked a little bit about the match against Nodirbek. I don't know what's funny today. I hope it's not predictions again. We talked about that plenty yesterday, but Hikaru exchanging a little joke there with Fabi, who indeed will be his second opponent of the day. I'm just now realizing that Hikaru is indeed black against Nodirbek. I assumed at first, before we saw the cameras, that that was a mistake. I wonder which rating is Hikaru. I guess it's FIDE rapid rating, where Nodirbek is high rated. I mean, he was a former world champion in rapid time controls after all. I think Hikaru will be happy to be black. And Alex, Hikaru talked a little bit yesterday about his offbeat opening choices. Do you expect more of the same today?
Uh, yeah, I think so. And I think it has to do with what Hikaru pointed out that I at least wasn't considering, and that is in hindsight, it seems quite obvious his strategy of playing offbeat openings. He mentioned the importance of the candidates tournament that's coming up in April of next year. And so that's priority number one. He doesn't feel like putting too many chips on the table in this tournament. And at those super, super high levels of chess, the elite level, you got to keep every edge that you can keep. And so Hikaru doesn't want to show any of his prep that he's no doubt working on and has been working on for some time ahead of the biggest tournament of the year in 2024.
Absolutely. Having said that, we do get an open Sicilian on the board, so that is definitely moving away from what we have seen so far, which have been choices that are not seen very often, to say the least, at the top level. And we could be, okay, I was gonna say after knight b5, we could be going into some main, correct me, I mean, openings are not my strong point, but some main kind of Sveshnikov, Kalashnikov lines. Knight e2, a rarer choice, right?
Yeah, a very rare choice. And this position already on the
Blunder.
yeah,
Chat
it's not
goes wild. Sorry, I
um
didn't mean to cut across.
no, not at all. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, Nodirbek being the one who takes this kind of offbeat approach, but I don't think it's going to phase Hikaru too much, right? I mean, as the chat were saying, it's not an especially dangerous system. So in general, when black plays an opening as reputable as the Sicilian and white does something offbeat, that's not the path to an advantage. So I think Hikaru's already feeling comfortable.
And I'm with chat. I'm also with you that Hikaru is feeling comfortable. I see that Plop. Oh God, I shouldn't have read out that name. Anyway, I'll just call you Ploppy. Has said it's wild that he has moved the same piece that many times, and the bar is like, nah, it's a draw. I mean, the knight has gone on quite a journey from G1 to F3. To D4 to E2 and then finally to G3, all within the first 6 moves. Yet the computer says indeed that white is fine. I think it's what Hikaru also hinted at yesterday in the interview. You know, these days you can get away with so much more in chess. And Alex, can you tell us a little bit about the benefits of this long journey of the knight to eventually land on G3?
To be honest, to be completely honest, I've never seen this system in my life, and it almost feels as if Nodirbek has also never seen this system in his life. And that's I know that I don't mean to disrespect Nodirbek, but his last move appears to be a major mistake. What happens if black just plays knight to G4 and targets the pawn on F2? What is white going to do against this threat, this winning threat, and it's already on the
Knight
board?
G4 is on the board. I mean, when Chet was saying blunder for knight E2, I think that wasn't quite a blunder, but bishop D3, I think, Chet, if you ever want to shout blunder, this is the time. Knight G4 is hitting the pawn on F2, and we can see from Hikaru's glance at Nodirbek, and I also think from Nodirbek's demeanor, Nodirbek, despite his young age, I've seen him play live quite a few times, and he has great composure in general, stays very calm. But I think you could tell there from his face that he realized, even though he tried to not give too much away, that he realized he messed up big time here. Because Alex, let's see, I think one of the moves we should look at is what if Nodirbek castles and defends the pawn on F2. Maybe we can just bring up the analysis board for 1 second to show what would have happened if Nodirbek had made a natural move of castling, getting the king to safety, and developing the pawn on F2. So let's see, can we get the analysis board up for 1 second, as I think some moves are going to come in quite quickly now. I'm always a few seconds behind, so I'm never quite sure, is the analysis board there yet or no? Let's see.
No analysis board for us,
No.
but
Oh,
there
there it
has
is.
so we actually keep both the live board and the analysis board so you can track the action, but we will just take a step back here and show you what would have happened if Nodirbek had chosen to defend the pawn on F2 with the move castle. And the crushing reply is Queen H4, threatening checkmate. This is what both players would have seen. There is no good way to defend the mate besides moving your pawn. Suddenly, that knight is not so well defended, and black crashes in on F2 anyway. The point is, after rook takes F2, the knight on G3 falls. And that's not the worst of it for white here, because the problem is this rook here is pinned. So white would have nothing better than maybe get a position such as this one. And if you count the material at the end of it, we can see that black has 2 rooks versus only 1 rook for white. White does have a bishop, but black also has multiple extra pawns. So this position would have been hopeless. That is the reason.
Very smooth there with the multiple extra pawns. I like it, Alex.
What are you implying, Fiona? What are you implying? So, bishop d3. Apparently, Fiona chose violence for a second day in a row.
It
Okay,
worked
so
yesterday up to a point. So, yeah. We'll keep up the violence
right.
today. I think Hikaru is also about to choose violence. Someone in chat was asking, can someone confirm, did Nodirbek blunder a pawn? I think he certainly did. And the only thing that Hikaru is considering here is how to capture on e3. Does he want to take with the knight first and then be left with a bishop on e3? Or does he want to take with the bishop first and then be left with a knight on e3? I don't know. Which one seems stronger to you, Alex?
Yeah, I think, let's say this was a bullet game. I only had a second to decide. My instinct would say knight takes bishop. And the reason why I say this is that after this exchange here, black takes with the bishop on e3. And then there's this big question. Not only is black up a pawn, but where is that king going to go? The bishop, if you imagine that this bishop is on e3, that cuts both the king side and the queen side. So white is down a pawn and with nowhere to run with his king. I suspect Hikaru is probably leaning in that direction, but there's another really interesting approach that he is probably thinking about right now. He's thinking, what if I capture here and then maybe I step the queen out and put further pressure, or maybe even via b6. And what I'm looking to do there is maybe get closer to the enemy king with my queen. So I suspect that that is what Hikaru is evaluating right now.
Absolutely. I think what you just said there also is echoed in the chat by Cringe Stealer, for example, who says he knows he is winning, so taking his time to find the cleanest is good. I completely agree with that. I mean, what a gift. This is really Christmas come early for Hikaru and for Nordibek. What is tragic for him is these players, I mean, they blunder so rarely in such dramatic fashion so early in the game. Like, we were not even out of the opening stage yet. And to do it with white is, of course, extra tragic. For us, it's extra good news. Now we just need Hikaru to keep his cool. I think, objectively speaking, we can go as far as to say this is objectively a winning position already if Hikaru finds the best continuation. And he knows he's been given a gift, so he is, as pointed out, taking his time to find the cleanest way forward. He has invested a little bit of time. I think Hikaru is also just, you know, shocked to have been handed such an early opportunity.
Yeah, and we see a move there being played. So Hikaru in the end has gone for he has gone for the capture in the end with the bishop. And after pawn takes, he has gone ahead and captured with the knight. So that's an interesting decision. It sounds like he must have something concrete in mind, but it appears that he hasn't actually gone for the most precise continuation. So Nodirbek is not completely out of this game just yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is a shame. Hikaru is still doing well, still has an extra pawn, but Hikaru has to be a little bit careful because Nordibek, yes, he's down a pawn, but he has brought his king into safety now to the queen side, which means that if Hikaru castles king side, I think his opponent will throw everything at him on the king side. And Hikaru, as we mentioned, also has invested quite a bit of time into his decision. So hopefully he's not going to regret this one. He is still a little bit better, but you'll have to be careful. So does Nordibek do too. It is the Uzbeki's move. How do you continue here? Do you immediately start doing something on the king side, or do you maybe play a prophylactic move? I mean, king b1, one of the moves highlighted by the computer, which maybe might seem a bit mysterious to some people watching this, but I think king b1 is always a good prophylactic move. Nordibek goes another direction.
Yeah, it's possible that what Nodirbek just wants to do is he has his eye on this pawn on d6 and he sees it's pretty weak. It's can't be defended by another pawn. It's not really possible to advance it. And Nodirbek is very conscious of the fact that he's down a pawn. So if he can snatch it back, that's going to make him a lot more comfortable. And so I think that explains his last move. And the big question here for Hikaru is, Am I going to try to hang on to that pawn or not? And he's just answered that question, and he is giving that pawn back. I think it was too risky with the queens on the board to play king e7, which is the only way that black could add a defender to the pawn. And this highlights perhaps one of the other drawbacks of capturing with the bishop and not with the knight. If Hikaru still had his dark squared bishop, then defending this pawn, maybe if you imagine that the bishop could slot back to c5, would have been possible.
Absolutely. And now one of the questions becomes, what happens if Nodirbek does decide to capture on d6, regaining his pawn? If we imagine that, do you think Hikaru would take again, rook takes, and then how do we continue? Why is this position still advantageous for black?
Yeah, so this is the good news. This position is, in my view, still really, really good terrain for Hikaru to strike and win the full point. And the reason has to do with the fact that Hikaru has two advantages, which are positional advantages. The first is, if you notice, after the exchange of queens here, black actually has all these pawns on the king side. They're all chained together. In other words, there's no gap between them. That's not the same. You can't say the same for white. This pawn here, highlighted in green, is isolated. It has no colleague to its left or to its right. So in the long run, Hikaru might be seeking to make use of that weakness, target it, and it's an easier pawn that might be captured. So that's the first advantage that Hikaru has. And the second advantage is, after the queen exchange here, Hikaru is probably thinking to step the king over to e7. Normally, you don't want the king in the center of the board, but with the queens off the board and even the dark squared bishops, the king is actually really safe there. And it's better in the center. If we can imagine, maybe in the future, they might exchange more pieces and reach an endgame. So some small advantages, but at this level, they can really count.
For sure. And indeed, we see that after thinking for a little bit of time, Nodirbek decided not to capture the pawn on d6, but instead go with knight f5, which brought another attacker onto the pawn on d6, but also onto the pawn on g7. So Hikaru felt he had to capture the knight. And now he's asking that bishop on b5. What are you going to do? Are you going to take me on c6, or are you going to retreat? The question becomes, yeah, if white takes, you allow Hikaru to defend the pawn, but we see, even though Nodirbek is not winning back his pawn here, he has now mobilized his pawns on the king side, and this could become quite sharp.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dream. Compared with what he had a position where Nodirbek was probably thinking, man, if I don't make a comeback here over the next 5-6 moves, I might just have to resign or to be just completely lost and in a hopeless position. But he did find a way to get back into the game. He's chosen to continue to play down a pawn, but his strategy is quite a risky, quite a dangerous strategy for Hikaru to meet. His idea is he wants to push this pawn forward. He wants to kick this knight away. And the second this knight leaves, you see that the knight is covering some really important squares. The second that that knight leaves, well, the other knight in the board can jump to either of these squares. Now, if you jump to e4, as white, you put pressure on black's pawn, so maybe you'll be able to get your pawn back. And if you jump to d5, you're going to still be down a pawn, but with a much better knight. And the final thing to say about this is, if white plays like this, how comfortable is Hikaru's king going to be on the king side with these pawns marching very close to the enemy king?
I was just gonna bring that up. I think one of the problems in this position is Hikaru's king. A few moves ago, I thought probably would be best for Hikaru if he also castled queenside and brought his king to b8. That wasn't really an option because the queen was still on d8, stopping the king from going queenside. Castling queenside, that option is now out the door. And on the king side or in the center with queen still on the board, the king isn't going to be feeling very happy right now. But I liked Hikaru's move, queen a5, so that when the knight jumps, the white knight jumps, Hikaru can get the queens off the board, and with the queens off the board, he will not have to worry about his king's safety so much. That is not to say that that Nodirbek doesn't still have some compensation, but I think the last few moves have at least stabilized the position somewhat for Hikaru.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the move queen a5 in some circumstances will threaten to exchange queens, and in others, if let's say Nodirbek jumped to d5 too soon, then black can even consider capturing this pawn on a2. So whichever way you slice it, Hikaru is making it as difficult as possible for Nodirbek to play what he wants, which is to put the knight on d5. And Hikaru has another trick up his sleeve to stop the knight from landing on d5, and that is to bring his own knight to the f4 square. From there, it would cover the central d5 square, and that's a very, very nice, what we call an outpost for the knight. It's well defended here by black's pawn. So if Hikaru can get maybe the move knight f4 and castle, then, you know, he is up a pawn and he maintains very good winning chances.
And I think that's exactly the reason why we have seen the clock times evening out, because Abdusattorov understands that he needs to do something before Hikaru gets the time to consolidate his position. I've been looking at the position for a while, and even with the help of the engine, I'm not too sure what that something is. So I'm not surprised that Nordibek is thinking here. Do you continue pushing pawns on the king side? The downside is, I mean, if you go something like h4, that doesn't really do anything. You allow Hikaru to jump into f4. g6, I don't think that is possible. So, I mean, maybe g6 or f6. And if not one of these pushes, then what do you do? Do you maybe activate the rook from h1? That is one of the only white pieces right now that is not in the game. So I think those are some of the thoughts going through Abdusattorov's mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, there's some great news from Hikaru's perspective, and that is that although you see the health bar showing minus 0.2, which means it's practically equal, slight edge for black, but nothing special, the only path that the computer shows to that equality is extremely difficult for a human to find. Nordibek would have to play the move rook e1, which would stop knight f4 ideas because of this tactical shot, queen takes f4, and you cannot take back white's queen because of the pin. But after rook e1, black plays very simple move, castle, and now white needs to find a second very difficult idea, knight to d5, giving up a second pawn to only after this play c3. That is exceptionally difficult for even the world's best players to find, especially when you only have 5 minutes on the clock. Now, there's two good possible outcomes that can come of this. Number one, Nodirbek doesn't find that path, and Hikaru suddenly increases his advantage. Number two, he does find the path, and we see the first move has been played. He does find that path, but it burns his clock time. We do see that Abdusattorov has now got less time than Hikaru.
Yeah, and he did find move one, as you highlighted. I think after Hikaru castles, which I think he was getting ready to play. I mean, the arm came out, the hand came out a couple of times there. There we go. Showed castles is on the board. I think that knight d5 is again a really difficult move to make. When you're white, you really don't want to give up that a2 pawn. It's not just a pawn, but then there are some threats to your king. I think, as you mentioned, with under 5 minutes on the clock to play knight d5 is, I mean, it takes
Guts,
take
Fiona. It
guts,
takes
takes
guts.
guts. That's the word I was looking for. Take some guts to play knight d5 here.
What's so funny about that word, Fiona?
I don't know. So as Nordivik is inching closer to the 4 minute mark here, I'm sure he's also looking for some alternatives. again, maybe he might push a pawn in front of Black's king. I see, of course, especially in this position, it's such a difficult position for humans to assess. So I am being helped by the engine when I see that f6 is also playable for white. If I was white, I would be much more tempted to play f6 than knight d5. Wow, Hikaru with 6 minutes on the clock decides to get up from the board. What do we make of that?
Yeah, I mean, all I'm thinking is if I ever have the misfortune of being paired against Hikaru in a chess tournament, and I know I'm gonna lose regardless, but I'm gonna just resign on the spot when I see him walking around, right? Because I've never seen him walking around when he has a bad position. Although perhaps he does that too. What's been your experience beyond it?
I mean, okay, to be fair, he didn't stray too far away from the board, but still, I think we haven't seen him do that so often. And Monkey Tail Cactus asking, why does Hikaru have black in the first game? I think they changed it from rating to tour points, which is weird, but so tour points, we've just received confirmation. Magnus is leading in tour points, then Nodirbek, Fabi, Hikaru, and so on and so forth. What that means is Hikaru will also start with black against Fabi later on. Interesting decision to mix that up during the event, but that's neither here nor there, nor there. No, I was trying to make a pun and then it didn't quite work out. But Nodirbek has played a3, which um, wasn't one of the better moves. So that is the good news. The question is it so easy for Hikaru to find the best path forward here?
No, definitely not easy. The computer is suggesting this move f6. From a human perspective, that's a difficult move to play because do you want that king to get weakened? And indeed, Hikaru avoids that move, I think, a sensible choice, instead centering his knight, covering the d5 square. Overall, that's the second best move in the position. And overall, I think Hikaru is very, very happy here. I think that he sensed that Nodirbek had an opportunity to maybe just level the playing field and get fully back into the game. And that has now slipped for Abdusattorov. The game is very much alive. It can go either way, but these positions are objectively a little bit better for for black rather, for Hikaru. And in practice, I think they're easier to play for black because Hikaru has the center. He has a very strong knight. And importantly, he is the one with pressure against Nodirbek's king.
I agree with that. I also agree with Synchro in the chat who's saying this game is alive AF. The game is certainly alive. I think I also agree. A few people were pointing out in the chat. It's really important that Hikaru keeps his edge on the clock. For now, he's up, a minute and a half roughly. Rook e3. Do you at some point play g6 if you're black and try to close things down on the king side, or how do you feel about that move?
Yeah, it's a very tricky situation because on the one hand, you want to play g6 so that your structure doesn't get shattered, but on the other, if you play g6, those dark squares around your king are incredibly weak, and you can easily get checkmated, or even you might lose on the back rank. So does g6 improve things for black? Maybe a little bit, but is it worth a full move in such a dynamic position? Hikaru doesn't seem to think so, and he goes for the most aggressive continuation, and he pushes his pawn, says, yeah, white, Nodirbek, you may have some chances against my king, but I'm going to do my best to generate chances against yours.
Yeah, Nodirbek played King B1, a move we talked about a while ago. That is a move that always makes sense. The king is stepping out of the C file where we see the two rooks were gunning down that file, but also the king from B1 keeps an eye on the squares on A1 and A2, making sure the black queen cannot enter there in the future. Now, if you're Hikaru, do you keep pushing your pawn forward? Do you play b4? Do you go? I mean, I would be quite tempted to just keep pushing. I don't know about you, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, for once in my life, we agree on the chessboard, right? So I think normally, I mean, for those who are out of the loop, Fiona likes to sort of take shots at me regularly because I'm not a very aggressive player. I'm boring in her words. But in this case, the attack makes, and Fiona, by the way, just to for those who are unfamiliar, is a somewhat reckless attacking player.
Coffee
So
house.
so
Coffee
she's
house player.
always going on the attack, no matter what the circumstances are. But in this case, we both thought b4 was a nice try.
But
Hikaru
queen
not convinced.
b6,
He goes queen b6.
yeah, was called by the chat. By the way, just as a very slight and quick aside, OneZerd was saying, chat, do you need to roll your R when pronouncing Nodirbek correctly? Anyone speak Uzbeki? I have actually asked Nodirbek multiple times how to pronounce his name. I cannot roll the R, so I have to give up on that. But I think the correct pronunciation is actually Nodirbek. The accent is on the deer, Nodirbek. It's not Nodirbek. So if I remember correctly. Anyway, enough of that aside. Um, interesting. So yeah,
No, but
Nodirbek has played rook e4 for now,
Fiona,
stopping the b4 push.
are you fully committing to this? Will you be pronouncing it Nodirbek for the rest of the tournament? Or are we going
Maybe it's
back to Nodirbek?
now Nizumi is saying no, it's on e. Nodirbek. Nodirbek. Okay, I'll ask him again in Vaikanze. It will only be the fifth time. I mean, the last time I asked him was already the third time, and the guy looked at me like, what do you want from me? We'll just call him Abdu for now until we clear this up. But yeah, rook e4 made it harder for Hikaru, and while I was rambling about how to pronounce Nordierbek or Nordierbek, Hikaru has dropped lower on the clock, so I think he'll have to speed up a little bit here. The problem is now there are no obvious plans anymore. And also, is Abdu actually threatening to just take that knight on f4?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Rook takes f4. The idea there would be that after pawn takes, the knight can step onto d5. And with this pawn on f6 covering the e7 square, you could imagine a situation where rook takes, the knight lands on d5, hits the queen, and then from there goes to e7. And that would be a nasty fork and a quick way to recover material. But the big question is, after rook takes f4, well, there's two questions. One is, can black make an exchange sacrifice of his own? And the second is, what happens if after this sequence gets played, Hikaru ignores the attack on his queen and instead captures this pawn on c2? That is a complete mess. With a minute and a half on the clock, Nodirbek decides not to go for that risky variation and instead doubles up the rooks. This has a really, really nasty tactical threat here that can be missed, but Hikaru, of course, incredibly sharp in these spots. But if you're not careful, there was queen takes f4, pawn takes, and rook e8 would have been checkmate. That's why Hikaru sacrifices the exchange and steps back the knight. Unfortunately, though, it does say that now the edge is slightly with white. So Nodirbek fully back in the game.
Yeah, the last couple of moves, the exchange was good, but it was apparently the follow-up with knight e6, which wasn't the best. Nordierbek now in the driver's seat in this game, but I don't think things are as clear as the evaluation bar is indicating, because Nordierbek's king is quite open. Hikaru has that knight, which can eventually maybe jump to c5 to a4, target that pawn on c3. But yes, Hikaru on the back foot now, both players under a minute. Time is going to be a huge factor. We see the evaluation bar is, changing its mind with every move. This is really, I think, going to come down now to who can keep their cool better. I am a little bit worried, I'm not gonna lie, about Hikaru's king, but I'm also worried about Nordibek's king. So this one, I don't know practically who has the best chances. Nordibek now down to 40 seconds. The bar says he's better, but it's not easy to find the best moves with time. Hikaru, for the last couple of moves, has been finding the best moves, and things are in the balance again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you nailed it when you said that this position is very, very hard to play for white. And now we see actually that Nodirbek seems to be going hunting for these queenside pawns, but in the process, this one on g5 is hanging. Will Hikaru decide to capture it or not? They're not even playing bullet at this point. It's twice as fast as bullet, right? 30 seconds each left on the clock. So it is, as you say, it's all a matter of nerves. Of course, Hikaru is the stronger bullet player. So in these situations, he's the favorite, but it can go either way.
He did grab the pawn on g5. The computer did not approve, but it approves even less of Nordibek's decision to take on e6, because now Hikaru could have either captured on c3, or this move is also incredibly powerful. e3, and suddenly Hikaru's e-pawn is only 2 squares away from queening with Nordibek down to under 10 seconds now. This is really crazy. I'm liking Hikaru's chances again. This has been an emotional roller coaster. Queen b6, rook c8 was played. If you're white, how do you stop the pawn?
Yeah, but even perhaps stronger than stopping that pawn. What about this possibility? The knight could jump to c5 and a4, and from there would have been a just devastating fork on the horizon. Now, Nakamura doesn't go for the absolute best line, but because both players are blundering here, it's really all about who makes the last mistake. And so far, it looks like that's white. That's Abdusaturov here. This move should clinch the game, because the problem is the rook is hanging. If you move it, yeah, and that is resignation.
Okay, we'll have to rewind a few moves, but what a relief. I'm not gonna lie, I was really, really stressed about this game after the initial blow up. I think sometimes it can just unsettle you when you receive a gift so early in the opening to keep playing your best. Abdusatrov, he had done such a great job recovering from that early mistake, even turning things around completely. But now, just in the final moments of the game, Hikaru decided it in his favor and takes a huge win. Alex, let's quickly go to all other games are still underway. Let's go to MVL against Alireza. I think is maybe the most interesting of games right now.
Yeah. Looks like MBL is in command here. He's got extra pawn, and it looks like he's about to pick up another one because Black's king is in check, and both of these pawns are hanging. And I suspect he'll go for this one, because then there will be no pawns stopping the march of the F and the G pawns. And just to make a quick comment on the match against Abdusaturov that has just finished, you know, the bad side from Hikaru's perspective is that he didn't, he had to play a really tough game that could have gone either way. That means more energy spent and maybe a slight hit to your confidence. But the good news is that it's really, as any chess player will attest to, it's really rough when you lose a game like Nordibek just did. It's kind of soul crushing, right? You play, you get back into it. You thought you were lost, then you think, oh, I'm gonna get something out of it, and in the end, it's close but no cigar. And so I think Nodibek will be kind of dispirited moving into game two. And what's worse for Nodibek is he's going to have to win on demand with the black pieces.
Which, as we've seen on multiple occasions, is a really tall order. Not many players have managed it in this tournament. Meanwhile, this is actually a huge clash because both MVL and Alireza only have 1 point in the competition so far. Same as Hikaru, same as Denis Lazovic. Those are the 4 players at the bottom of the standing so far. But it looks like MVL has done the hardest part here. He's up 2 clean pawns, which are getting closer and closer to queening. So it looks like he should be clinching that one, but let's not write it off just yet. We've seen bigger turnarounds in this competition before. I'm just quickly seeing, so Fabiano has beaten Dennis. Lazovic and Magnus is still playing against Wesley, but that is a completely drawn endgame. So I think we should stick around here and just watch this one out until the end. But it looks like we're going to get a very, very combative first round with all decisive results except for Magnus and Wesley. Alex, do you think that MVL is doing a good job converting this?
Yeah, it looks good so far. I think what MVL is focused on is making sure that Black cannot sacrifice his knight for both of MVL's pawns. Normally, that would be good, right? You get a knight for 2 pawns. But the problem is in chess endgames, rook and bishop against rook, in theory, is a draw. In practice, many times, the side with the rook and the bishop win. But MVL wants to avoid that possibility. And in fact, resignation here from Alireza, because MVL really did do a fantastic job. Not only did he restrict this knight from capturing the pawns, but he basically paralyzed the knight. Black would have had nothing better to do than to defend it. And then at that point, MVL was ready to push this pawn.
Absolutely. And as this game was ending, Magnus against Wesley also ended in a stalemate in the end. That's not to say that Magnus, failed to win this extra pawn ending. It was just, if we just replay the last couple of finishing moves, rook c7 was a nice touch by Wesley to end the game, and Magnus had seen enough. He just took the rook, and that, of course, made this a draw because Black has no more legal moves. This is what is known as a stalemate. So a very exciting first game. The players are gonna go on a short break now before they return with game 2. Hikaru, as you mentioned, will have the white pieces. So we are going to do the same as the players and go on a short break, but we'll be back very soon with all the action from game 2. So we'll see you then.
See you soon.
Day has been a good day so far. Hikaru won his first game against Nodirbek with the black pieces in round 1. And he will now have the luxury of only needing a draw with the white pieces in game 2. So what do you expect, Alex? Will Nodirbek go all out straight out of the opening?
It's a really difficult situation for Nodirbek because I imagine Hikaru will be playing very solidly. It's hard to predict how Hikaru will approach things. I mean, he's had a preference for the move 1d4 throughout this event, so he might just continue with this. It'll be interesting to see if Hikaru does go for the Trumpovsky as he did in the past. But I think, one of the things that plays against Nodirbek is that usually being knowing, what to play, what's the best strategy, all of these kind of things in these high pressure situations, that comes with experience. And so Nodirbek, he's very, very young, and he's facing off against one of the more experienced players in the tournament in Hikaru Nakamura, and also one of the strongest. So, yeah, mammoth task ahead.
Indeed, the game will start any moment now. I say that confidently as the players are not at the board yet. I think they were scheduled to start 10 minutes to the hour, but we just see Fabi walking by there and someone arriving in the background, some hand gestures in the background. So the players, I'm sure, will be arriving very soon now. Elsewhere, we also saw a lot of decisive action. The only draw in game one was between Magnus and um and Wesley. Tall Toffer is asking, Fiona, is this another alpaca wool sweater? No, this one, I thought it was wool. I bought it in Ireland. By the way, Alex and I did not color match on purpose. That was an accident. I thought it was wool. I was not horrified. Sad to see when I got home that it's 100%, what is it, polyester or something? But it has the little sheep, alpaca wasn't lucky, so I thought maybe sheep will do better. And so far, it's definitely Team Sheep 1, Team Alpaca 0. Long may it continue. Where are my parents? Is it all? I mean, we might just chat away until Nodirbek arrives. One of my parents is from Luxembourg. My mom hails from Corsica, hence the slightly more Mediterranean look, maybe. But yeah, born and grown up in beautiful Luxembourg. Shout out to my tiny home country where I am casting from right now. Meanwhile, Hikaru the first to arrive to the board, waiting for Nordibek, and I hope the players had a bit of time to calm down because the end of game one was really very, very intense. I wonder if players have their phones or laptops somewhere. If you're Nordibek and you see that you actually had a chance not just to hold the game, but maybe to win the game, that is such a difficult spot to be in psychologically, as you already mentioned before the break. I see you smirking away. What's so funny, Alex?
No, I'm actually laughing at Onezard, who referenced the story about the European wrestling champion slash sheep wrangling girl. I'm glad that at least one person remembered this legendary story. Of course, it was, only really legendary if when told in a thick farmer accent, by a bunch of
Well, you
enthusiastic
can
Irish
do a thick
farmers.
farmer Irish accent. Do you want to regale
No,
us
come on,
all?
Fiona, don't put me on the spot with that. That's I can't. I mean, I did that one time or so because
I still haven't recovered from it. I'm actually joking. I
yeah,
don't think any of us want to hear it.
no, 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 including myself. Yeah. Maybe, if somehow down the line, final day or something, or one of the longer days, maybe if I'm delirious at that point, we'll put out the Irish farmer accent.
We'll keep it in mind. What do I call my sweater today? Haven't named it yet, but I guess sheep sweater. I think sheep
Sheepy.
sweater is good, huh?
Sheepy,
What?
maybe.
Sheepy.
Sheepy.
Sheepy is good. I like it. Kind of cute. Do we reckon Hikaru hears them call him nervous in the commentary? Do you mean us? Well, I asked Hikaru yesterday during the interview about, I think, the very first match of the event against Sweeper or Sheeper. I asked Hikaru about it, and he mentioned himself, they haven't played over the word Blitz in a really long time, so I don't think that Hikaru would mind us calling them nervous when we can all see it on screen. Like, I think it's not a bad thing for us to say. I think it's just human nature that when you are playing with 5 seconds on the clock, you can't, keep your cool 100%. And I think if your adrenaline wasn't pumping, you just lose every game on time if you're just too calm. So it's definitely not a bad thing. Meanwhile, Nodirbek has arrived for the game, and we are off. Hikaru sticking to 1d4, which is met by 1d5. Have we even seen 1d4, d5 in this event yet? By Hikaru, I mean?
Uh,
We saw the
who played?
Jobava
There was
London
the
yesterday.
Jababa, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he might be going for that again. That time around, he played first knight to c3 and then bishop f4, but it's all the same. Now, in that game, Black had actually stepped the bishop out, and Hikaru went for an early bishop exchange. I think that was against Wesley So, and nothing too crazy came out of that opening. But Nordibek, he's taking things in a different direction. He's choosing a pretty quiet setup here, just focusing on developing his king side quickly. And now we see a strange looking idea from Hikaru to step the knight onto b5, a threat that can actually be, easily defended. So the question is, why would Hikaru want to do that? And the answer has to do with the fact that White is banking in the long run, this knight is going to be out of the game. Because if you look at this knight, it doesn't really want to jump to any of these squares. And, well, yeah, for now, the knight is just passively defending a pawn. So a little bit
Yeah,
of positional chess.
I was just gonna say, so far, a quiet game, but I see from the corner of my eye the computer making a case for Hikaru to play h4 now. I think under this different circumstances, I would have loved to see that, but I think in this game, where where the onus is on Black to win the game, there is no need to go for such measures. So a3, another completely natural move, just taking away the b4 square from either the knight or the bishop. And we might see Hikaru maybe expand with b4 in the future. For now, the ball is back in Black's court. Black still has one undefended piece, that is the bishop on c8. Do you think that's just gonna go to d7?
No, I suspect anything, any square but d7. Yeah, so it does land on d7. It makes sense. And, yeah, I agree fully that with what you're saying, that Hikaru is playing this approach because of the match dynamic. He knows that a draw is good enough. And if that means a somewhat dry position, maybe, the viewers on average find this less exciting. I mean, I don't think Hikaru or any of the other top players are, cashing their checks after some tournament victory and thinking, oh, but I really wish that the people watching the games had found them slightly more exciting, right? Maybe that's too harsh. Maybe they do think about these things, but definitely not in critical situations like these. I'm just shooting. I think your attitude is finally rubbing off on me, Fiona, and I'm just starting to just shoot bullets at at people. Save me from myself, Fiona.
Yeah, let's go back to the game. But I think it is a fair point. The players need to have their own best interest, put their own best interests first. That's not to say that they don't care about you, chat. I'm sure they love you very much, but they need to look out for what's best for them. Meanwhile, we've seen an exchange of knights on d7 here. And now a question for Nodirbek. Is he going to recapture with the knight, with the queen? What do you think?
Yeah, I think with the knight makes a bit of sense. And the reason for this is that Nodirbek has built this kind of pyramid-like structure, which goes all the way from the B file to the F file. But in the long run, Black is going to want to push the pawns to try to open up the game, generate some winning chances. So it might make sense to capture with the knight because that knight could possibly support both pushing the E pawn and pushing the C pawn in the future. So we do see Nodirbek capturing with the knight.
Yeah, and for now, the knight that went to b5 earlier in the game has gone back to c3 after being kicked back. Hikaru is yet to develop the light squared bishop. I'm wondering, will he do so now, or do you think there's anything to be said for somehow castling queenside? Surely not.
I think that I think in general, it's too risky because black's pawns can advance really, really quickly and sort of hook or connect directly with this pawn. So very, very quick pawn break there for black, which would
Sorry,
open up
Alex, to cut
lines.
across, but is Nordebek just giving Hikaru the stare, or was he staring into the abyss? Chad, did you catch that? Because yesterday we talked about, eye contact or a lack of eye contact, but we saw a stare there by Nordebek. I don't think he was staring Hikaru then. Maybe it was just like a stare into the abyss. Either way, Hikaru not interested in a stare off. He has brought out his bishop to e2, and I suspect he will just be castling kingside
By the
shortly.
way, I'm with Marco Pago and Master Chef that Nodirbek loves a good stare down. There are players, I think every player stares at the opponent every once in a while, some more than others. And I'm with them. I've caught Nodirbek um, staring down his opponents. I think it can just be sometimes just a habit. I don't think there's any deeper meaning to the stare down.
Agreed. And he not only stared at Hikaru there, but he's also started taking some action on the king side by pushing his f-pawn 2 squares forward. I wouldn't be surprised if he followed this up with g5 right now and a pawn storm on the king side. Remember, he is in a must-win situation, and desperate times certainly call for desperate measures. I don't think it's even so desperate here. I think g5 might just be a perfectly good move. So if g5 is good and you're in a must-win situation, I do think that's what he's going to go for, but he proves me wrong.
Yeah, I have to say I liked your suggestion because as we can see from Hikaru's reply, he immediately plays the move h3. He probably saw this g5 idea and figures now at least I can get my bishop out of danger. If Nordibek had played g5 one move ago, then I think that Hikaru would have had no choice but to exchange off his very powerful bishop for just a knight. As it is, Hikaru is very happy here because the bishops will come off the board, but it's going to be bishop for bishop, and that's what White wants. You want a situation where the same pieces roughly get traded. You don't want to make the position to what we say imbalanced, too different, as Hikaru will try to guide this into a draw.
Yeah, and Hikaru is thinking right now how to react to this move, bishop d6. Does he ignore the tension? Does he take on d6? I don't know if I would want to take on d6 and allow the knight to replace the bishop there, and then the knight would be looking at the central square on e4, potentially to c4 as well. Having said that, if I don't take, I'm also not sure what do I do. Do I just allow black to take me and recapture with the pawn and say that's perfectly fine? Do I drop the bishop back to h2? I don't know. How do you feel?
Yeah, so in the London system, it's actually there are a bunch of opening lines, theory lines, where White actually lets Black capture, and we see that uh, Hikaru is offering that, so he's certainly going to be familiar with this idea, and the reason why White allows Black to basically sort of leave White with these double pawns, make this pawn a little bit trickier to defend. The reason why you do all of this is so that in the end, White can have a huge grip on this e5 square. And in so doing, it makes Black's task of attacking the White King much more difficult. So I don't think Hikaru is too worried about this bishop exchange. I would say he would even be happy to see it on the board.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point. So the ball is now back in Nordjebek's court. And I'm curious to see his next move. He does in the end decide to capture on f4, follows that up with queen b6, which was hitting the undefended pawn on b2. So we're seeing a bunch of very fast moves here. And knight b3 was stopping the queen from looking at the pawn. We saw knight d6. Why are they suddenly playing a bullet game? We don't have time to comment on anything here. Hikaru quickly canceled, pushed the pawn to a4, and we're back in the live position. Do you think, I mean, how do you explain how quickly these last few moves were played?
Yeah, I mean, it's taken me by surprise as well. I think that from Hikaru's perspective, the move knight to b3 after black went queen b6, knight to b3 was necessary, but after this, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Why knight d6 castle, rook f6, a4, a5, c3, knight e4, all of this done within the space of what felt like 30 seconds, with each player having 10 minutes on the clock. Seems a little bit strange, but maybe it's mind games. Maybe Hikaru says, you want to play fast? I'll do that. I mean, sometimes it happens in chess that both one player plays fast and the other one says, I can keep that tempo. And of course, Hikaru is going to be confident in his blitz and bullet skills against anyone in the world.
Absolutely. And okay, meanwhile, Nodirbek has swung his rook over to h6, which clearly indicates aggressive intentions. I'm not sure how he's planning to follow it up exactly. Maybe even something like king h8, rook g8, and then g5. How do you think Hikaru should meet this onslaught that the Uzbeki is preparing on the king side?
Yeah. So one of the challenges of Hikaru's position, and I think what gives Nordbeck quite a lot of hope, is that this knight here is a very, very strong piece for Nordbeck. And Hikaru would like to be able to kick it back at some point. But the danger if you play this move is that suddenly there are weaknesses like this g3 square that the black knight might be able to jump to. So there is a little bit of this difficult game that both players are playing, right? White wants to play f3, but it has to be well timed. Black knows that most of the time f3 won't be good, but if it's well timed and strong, it could kill off the whole attack. Now, having said all of this, Hikaru has taken the game in a very different direction. He wants to make the position a little bit simpler, so he eliminates the knight. That leaves him with knight versus knight, and I think his idea after f takes e4 is going to be to play f3 and try to generate more exchanges and again bring the game closer to the end game.
Yeah, certainly a change in the dynamics and in the structure of the game here. You predicted correctly that Hikaru would follow up. I mean, I'm so confused. These guys have almost 10 minutes on the clock. Some of those moves are coming very fast. I'm more surprised actually by Nordibek. I don't know if he's being influenced, if he, doesn't want to be out blitzed in this little matchup. The computer thought that there were better options available than knight f6, which was played within a second. And I was gonna say, I suspect Hikaru is going to capture on e4 now. And now a few options for black. Black can either recapture on e4, or he could also take on f4 with the queen. All of those are tempting. So, wow. Not a fast decision, and it is not a move that was on my radar at all. Hikaru looks confused too.
Yeah, I think Hikaru's, instinct in these positions, he is the more experienced player, and also the higher rated player. So uh, he probably very, very quickly senses intuitively that this is not the direction to take the attack in. And now I guess he's going into the tank because he's probably thinking between two moves here, maybe three. One would be to play queen d2, just put some pressure on defending the pawn and take away the option of queen takes queen for black, because then the queens would come off the board and it would be very, very close to that draw that is good enough for Hikaru. But the two most promising moves here are to push this pawn here, grabbing space, and importantly, locking the queen out of the attack. And the other, even more ambitious approach, which the computer prefers, is to play the move f5. Now, after f5, if black captures, Hikaru would then have an option. He could capture back, or he could even consider pushing the pawn forward, in which case he would have a very strong pass pawn. So right now, things are looking excellent for Hikaru. He only needs a draw. And if one side has the better winning chances, it's white.
Yeah, and I completely agree with what you said about these options, and I also completely agree with Hikaru taking his time here. I think he senses, we can tell it from his body language as well, that Nordibek's last move, there was probably something a little bit off with it. And he understands this is a moment to invest some time now. In the previous game, I thought some of our viewers made an interesting point. Hikaru's decision in hindsight, to capture on e3 with the bishop rather than the knight was probably not the best. And I had seen people in the chat mention if this was a bullet game, he would probably instantly have taken with the knight. So sometimes taking your time can actually have the opposite of the desired result. But I think here I'm more confident that the long thing will be a good thing. Um, F5 out of the ones you mentioned, according to our Silicon friend, is the strongest move. I don't know how obvious that is to the human mind.
Yeah, well,
But Hikaru goes for it.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I was going to remark that I don't think it's obvious at all at almost any level. I think the move e5 is much more obvious, but yeah, top flight chess is of course a different story, and here things are looking really good for white all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, the last few moves have really, really gone in Hikaru's way. He has a great position right now. And remember, he doesn't even need to win this match. A draw is all he needs to win this match. But I think 2-0, the way he did it against Alireza yesterday, is always such a confident boost. Like in chess, I think winning a game always, winning a match is great, but the more games you win, the higher your confidence will be. And Nordibek responding to this great f5 move with another mistake, knight f4. And does this just give Hikaru the opportunity to bring his queen into the game?
Yeah, for sure. Either queen d2, striking at the knight this way, or queen to g4. Both moves are looking very tempting. Maybe queen g4 looks a little bit more tempting in the sense that it kind of keeps things better defended where the action is taking place on the king side. And the question is, whether Hikaru chooses queen d2 or queen g4, if he does play a queen move, maybe even queen f3. No matter where he goes, what exactly does Nodirbek want to do as a follow-up? Because I'm not really seeing anything too straightforward for black. That knight doesn't have anywhere to go unless Nodirbek is thinking of sacrificing, but that doesn't seem to be the way forward. Black would run out of pieces very, very soon indeed.
Yeah, and we saw Hikaru was about to make a move. One thing, of course, to keep an eye on is the clock, where Hikaru is down by 5 minutes. The position is so good, though. If he keeps his cool, um, I think the great news for Hikaru is that there aren't too many traps or tricks right now. I see someone in the chat was asking, are there any? I've lost the question now, but are there any traps or any tricks? I really like queen g4 because not only does it, bring the queen to a more active square, but it also keeps an eye on all these, keeps an eye on the pawn on f5, it keeps an eye on the pawn on h3, on g2. So yeah, I think queen g4, it is the best move, but it's also a natural move, I would say, unlike, for example, f5, which we just saw previously. So I'm feeling quite confident here about Hikaru's chances. I would just like him to, mm, to, uh, to, 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 speed up
Yeah, I mean, I yeah, I was agreeing with what you said, but the game has taken a different direction here. And as you can see from the health bar swinging back in Black's direction, it seems like Black, at least in theory, is back in the game now. Whether or not he's going to be able to prove this advantage, it's hard to see where exactly lie the problems. Could it be that if Hikaru now captures this pawn, maybe all of a sudden, between the f file opening up, the queen might shuffle all the way to g5 very, very quickly. And at that point, there might be some risk. But in any case, good news, exclamation mark from the last two moves by Hikaru here. So he's found the best defense.
Yeah, that is the good news. But the bad news is, I think Hikaru understands that he let a big chance slip, or that he not let a big chance slip, but that that move, e5, was not a good move. We see a slight shake of the head with Hikaru expressing some frustration there. Um, the position, the evaluation, there is no denying it. The evaluation has turned around. The position is not lost, but Hikaru now the one on the defending foot, with suddenly the character of the position has just changed so much. The only black piece that's out of the game now is the queen from c7, but that can join, the queen can join the game very quickly via e7. Also, Hikaru down 6 minutes on the clock, which is quite substantial. The ball, though, right now, it is Nodirbek who's thinking, and I hope that Nodirbek's gonna maybe get a little bit reckless and try to act with too much urgency. Queen f7 seems like, oh, I was gonna
Oh
say seems
no.
like a natural move. Unfortunately, king h2.
Nordibek is an incredibly sharp tactician, and here he has the opportunity to strike with either of these moves being approved by the computer and being seen as winning. Now, the sequences are not obvious. If knight takes g2, king takes g2, the rook steps in to f2, king goes to g1, rook takes b2. Maybe we can pull up the analysis board while keeping the live board to show some of these lines in case Nordibek goes into the tank. So in this position, but basically Black can play the move knight takes g2. Now, if rook takes g2, what is the problem here? Black will go rook f3 and put so much pressure on this pawn, threatening rook takes, king g1 and rook h1 mate. If Black tries to, White tries to stop this by offering a rook trade, then this sequence here kills the king with queen f2 and queen g2 checkmate on the next move. The only way to stop this would be queen g4, but then Black is winning after the queen is captured. Now,
But Alex, great news. Nordibek failed to find either knight takes g2 or knight takes h3. I am shocked. You cannot, I mean, I'm shocked in a good way, of course, being Team Hikaru here, but I am shocked that a player of this caliber will not sense the moment. He had 8 minutes on the clock. He will be kicking himself, but after knight d2, the opportunity is there. Again, knight h3 doesn't work this time around, but Black can still capture on g2. He missed it once. Will he spot it now? Hopefully not, but this game has become crazy. I don't know if, I think Hikaru doesn't spot it either. He just sort of gave a nod there. So I don't think knight g2 is on Hikaru's mind right now. This is such a
here,
crucial moment for this game.
here's a take. I don't know if chat will agree with this or if you will agree with this, but could it be that the Hikaru's nod is that he actually saw knight takes g2 and knight takes h3, and now he's kind of nodding with this sense like he's back. He's the position is now under control. This move knight to d2 makes the sacrifice knight takes g2 way tougher to play because now the knight is covering some important squares. So if Nordibek didn't play it on the last move, Hikaru, he's probably quite confident he's not going to play it. Maybe Hikaru also doesn't think it works now. Now that might be all speculation, and there's a completely different reason going on. But I suspect Hikaru knows about the close shave that he just had.
Yeah, I am with you. Maybe Hikaru did spot that knight g2 and knight h3 were a possibility and thinks that knight d2 takes this sting. He is right in that it takes the sting out of knight takes h3. And knight g2 is still a possibility, but it is less powerful than it was before. We see Nordibek clearly tense. He understands that he still has some chances. I mean, all his pieces are kind of aimed at the enemy king. They're all on the, these three files, the H, G, and F file. And he is now down to 5 minutes. I think this is his last opportunity, at least to go for the sack on G2. It's now or never. If he doesn't do it now, Hikaru will be back in the game. So this is really, really a crucial moment right here.
Yeah, we'll immediately switch to the live, but while Nordibek is in the tank, we can show this move knight takes g2 in the analysis board while keeping live board running. And we will now show why it's gotten so much more complicated. After knight takes g2, rook takes g2, black would have to find this very challenging sequence after rook f to h5. The point is, if rook g3, there is queen f2, rook here, and rook takes h3. That one is not particularly tricky, but where the challenge lies is that after king takes g2, rook f2 check, king g1, and the whole position. Wow, okay, we are seeing that Nodirbek did not play this, and the reason is queen f4 was the only path to an advantage. That's really, really difficult to see. So thankfully, for Hikaru, Nodirbek chooses rook g6, and the game is equal once again.
The game is equal once again, but only if Hikaru captures on g6. I don't know how obvious there is. I'm sure there might be some temptation to play queen e1 and defend, but no. Thank goodness Hikaru has taken on g6 and the game is in equal waters once again, with Hikaru now looking for a trade of queens with queen g4, and the dust has really settled here. There are no more sacrifices on the horizon. I'm back to feeling confident that Hikaru is in control of this position. But wow, both games, Alex, have been emotional roller coasters, to say the least.
Yeah, I think psychologically it's probably a tough spot for Hikaru. He understands the importance of securing match victory here, given what the state of the tournament so far. And the other thing is Hikaru was so close against MVL, so close against Magnus. He was as close as you can be to winning those matches, and then things didn't go his way at the last minute. So he might be a little bit nervous with those final moments just as you're locking down the match. Confidence is something that I think every chess player knows, can play a really, really big role. And it's, well, confidence, we say confidence, you might say momentum.
For sure.
And
And we see that Nordibek has decided to keep the queens on. This makes a lot of sense. Remember, Nordibek in a must-win situation, the last thing you want to do here is play an equal ending. The evaluation is even now, but Hikaru still has to be a little bit careful. You can't get reckless here. The queen on h6 is looking down at the knight on d2, which is unprotected. So right now, Nordibek might be threatening some discoveries. So maybe you move the knight. I think either you move the knight or rook f1. According to the computers, knight f3 and rook f1 were the two only moves. Thankfully, Hikaru went for one of them. And rook f1 was met by the immediate g6. Alex, how are we feeling about those developments?
yeah, I think that there was a little bit of a trick that black had with rook to g5. And if you then take this knight, there was rook takes g2 check. And the point is that the white queen was here and the black queen would have captured it. And so with rook f1, Hikaru actually had spotted this tactic and made sure it no longer worked. So yeah, great play from Hikaru. You can see the bar 0-0-0. That's what we want to see. It's complete equality. It's not a boring equality. Anything can still happen. All three results are possible. But as we see more moves unfolding. We can see it's going in the direction Hikaru wants, with more exchanges coming up now.
Yeah, I would be shocked if Hikaru doesn't take on f5. He will have to speed up, though. He's now down to 25 seconds. Rook takes f5. I'm sure he's just making sure there's no danger to his king in the follow-up. In
Oh,
fact,
this is a huge moment. Hikaru needs to find queen e2. Every other move loses, according to the computer. We don't understand why, but hopefully Hikaru will know. That was a really, really difficult moment there. And unfortunately, Hikaru goes knight to f3. Apparently a mistake in response, another mistake from Abdussaturov. But unfortunately, if Black grabs this pawn on b2, he is the one in command in the position and also on the clock.
and there he goes. He has grabbed the pawn. Hikaru will now really have to fight hard for a draw here. Objectively, this position is really, really difficult now because b2 was the base of the pawn chain. The pawn on c3 will now be hanging. But yeah, knight c2 is a good move by Black. This one is really, really tough, especially with Hikaru being so low on the clock. We'll have to bank on Nodirbek panicking here because we can also see on Hikaru's face that he is very unhappy with himself. Again, I really, that I've seen a few people in the chat say Hikaru has, I don't know if it's off form or if it's tiredness, but I feel he hasn't found his best form just yet. He's now looking for desperate measures to complicate matters with g4, but all his pawns are falling. Unfortunately, the Black King is looking quite safe. I'm struggling to see how Hikaru, I mean, Hikaru's trying to get his queen to f6. The problem is that Nordibek just has too much time to parry all the threats, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru's doing the right thing. He opening lines. I mean, yes, he's losing pawns in the process, but he needs to open up lines of attack to try to get that possibility of perpetual check against the king. That's White's final chance. But unfortunately, it's a lot of pawns and a lot of time for Nordibek, and he senses the importance of the moment. And yeah, the odds are heavily against sorry, not queen f1 because of the knight, but heavily against Hikaru at this moment.
Yeah, he's throwing in a check. The problem is Nordibek can choose whether he wants to block the check with the queen or move forward. The king has stepped forward. The problem is that Hikaru, if he could get his knight into the game, but that knight is just stuck on h2 with nowhere to go.
Yeah.
So Hikaru tries to grab some pawns, but as you can see
But
from the
now it's
bar,
Nordibek's chance to strike
yeah.
because the queen cannot give checks. And so knight d1 looking for queen f2 with checkmate on the cards. And here Nordibek will even be able to capture the knight with check. So this is unfortunate. And queen takes c3 will decide it because now the queens are being forced off the game. And you see from Nordibek's reaction that he understands that he had something very close to a miracle there with the win.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really really tough game. We see from Hikaru's reaction there that things are just still not really falling into place for him. I think, to be honest, we've seen mistakes by Hikaru that are very uncharacteristic. He's usually renowned for being one of the best, most resilient defenders in the world. Also, his time usage, I think, is quite unusual. We're used to seeing Hikaru, he's such a demon speed player. Now the match isn't over. He's gonna go to Armageddon. Hopefully he can calm down and just forget about this last game as we see the players write down their bids here. But clearly this was a tough loss for Hikaru. The bids, as always, we will find out about them later, although I do think we got some sneak peek there, actually from both boards. I don't know if chat was able to make it out better than I was. We'll find out later on. For now, is anything still going? Dennis
There seems,
Lazovic against Fabiano. Let's go there.
yeah, it seems as though Lazovic here is on his way to losing the match. I believe that Fabiano did win the first game,
He did,
and
yes.
unless Lazovic is somehow able to produce a miracle here, a pawn down in this endgame, then Fabiano will secure another match victory. But yeah, it's returning to the Hikaru situation. It's nightmarish, not so much the overall result, but the actual way in which his losses have come. They've all come right at the very last second, and when that happens back to back, it makes it really difficult for you to relax. You can't. You feel like you can't get into gear, and I think that's what what the chat is commenting on. I mean, it's human nature, right? If things go against you right at the last second, it's hard to not let that play on your mind a little bit in the time
For
scrambles.
for sure. Um, this match is not over. We are gonna go to Armageddon, so we'll see what happens there. I still have confidence in Hikaru. Um, Hikaru against Nodirbek is not the only match that will go to Armageddon. We'll also see an Armageddon in Magnus against Wesley. Meanwhile, Maxime made a draw in game 2 against Eddie Reza, so he gets his second match point. I think we are gonna go on a short break, but don't go anywhere. We need all your energy for this upcoming Armageddon match. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
See you then.
Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready for the Armageddon between Hikaru and Nodirbek. Hikaru will be playing back, not back, black, after bidding 9 minutes 05, which is on the lower end of the bids that we have seen so far. Nodirbek bid 11 minutes 29. I think Hikaru will be quite happy probably to be black if he bid so low. Meanwhile, in the other game, Wesley saw against Magnus Carlsen, Magnus steered away from his strategy of bidding 15 minutes, bidding under 9 minutes, 8:53. Wesley bid 9:32. So Magnus will be black there with 8 minutes 53. In fact, the two players, Magnus and Hikaru, were both black with quite similar times. So we'll see how this one goes. Talking is hard. I don't know what it is today. I feel, Alex, that the main thing is that Hikaru managed to just, emotionally get over the second game loss, which was quite tough.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we just take the situation he's in right now, we forget about everything that happened and he's just playing a tiebreak. Imagine that the two games had just been two quick draws instead. This is a favorable situation Hikaru finds himself in. He's got the black pieces, which I think he's going to be happy about. As you say, he bid low for that. He is, the clear favorite and the more experienced player. So the odds are in his favor. And of course, the thing that's going to be playing on his mind, as it has been playing on all of our minds, is, will Hikaru turn that nasty momentum around? If he's going to do it, this is for sure a very, very important moment to right the ship, as they say.
Absolutely. Remember, this is an Armageddon game, so what changes compared to the normal games in the match is that black gets draw odds, but also that there is no increment up until move 61. And even when the increment kicks in, it's only a 1 second increment, which isn't much. So we'll need to see Hikaru play, I think, a little bit faster than what we've seen in the first two games. But I'm actually feeling quite confident. Hikaru, psychologically, he's always been very resilient, very strong. Um, we are not seeing the reactions to the bidding process. I see Fahad in the chat saying that Hikaru doesn't seem too happy with his bids. So I'm not sure what is being said. The players are, of course, on the official show being interviewed about their decisions. I think it's tough as well because Hikaru um, made his bid right off the bat of an incredibly tilting game. So sometimes I think your emotions can get in the way when you make the bid. You don't have a cool head. So hopefully he's not too unhappy with the starting time he bid. I think what was it? 9 minutes and 9:05. It is still it's on the lower end, but I don't know where I'm going with this. Alex, help me out. What do you think about the bid and the reaction with Hikaru not being too happy? Something wild happened. Yeah, I'm being also sidetracked by it. What is this wild that happened? Anyway, Alex, your thoughts on the upcoming match and the bid.
Yeah, I think it's hard to comment on that without knowing exactly what happened, the full details. And we haven't seen that footage. Maybe we'll get a chance at some point to ask Hikaru himself. But for now, I think better, at least for us, not to speculate without knowing what exactly is going on, because it seems unlikely to me that the issue would be that Hikaru won the bid, right? I mean, when you when you place the bid and Hikaru's number seems to suggest that he was happy to get the black pieces. That's the outcome that has happened. So on the face of it, it's a mystery.
Yeah, we just see Nodirbek arrive here. I don't know if we'll be able to make something from Hikaru's body language when he shows up for their game. But I feel this is really a huge game that we are going to see. I think whether Hikaru faces Fabi next with 1 point or 2 points will make a big difference. Remember, Hikaru really needs to finish top 6. I saw earlier in the chat people mentioned ideally top 4. There is one big difference between if you finish 3rd or 4th, you'll get an extra lifeline. If you finish 5th or 6th, if you lose one more match, you will be out. Hence the importance of trying to come 3rd or 4th. So hence the importance of the game that is coming up. We'll see what happens here once the game starts. Do you think we'll see a repeat of this Sicilian and then Nordibek going for 92 again?
Well, after what happened there, where Nodirbek had a just completely lost position, I think that Nordibek is going to think twice. If we do see that happen, he certainly won't be playing the exact same variation. Nordibek incredibly lost after about 8 moves in that first game of the match. It's unclear what Nordibek's strategy will be. I don't think he will play that line because Nordibek needs to win, and that line is a relatively safe choice if played well, but it's not the most ambitious path against the Sicilian. So, yeah, the question is going to be, what does Nordibek think offers him the best chances against Hikaru's repertoire? That's always a tough question to answer because players like Hikaru or Magnus or Fabiano, they don't really have any holes in their opening repertoire. So we'll see what Nordibek comes up with.
Yeah, we will see indeed as Hikaru has now arrived for this clash. Does not look too happy, but he does look focused. So um, I'm with you also that I don't think we'll see a repeat of knight e2 because the situation is very different. Earlier on, it was the first game of the match, while now it is a must-win situation for Nordibek. I'm not even sure we'll see a Sicilian. I don't know if Hikaru's gonna go back to the Petrov if Nordibek opens with e4. But yeah, I think we're about to find out as we see the two players just awaiting the green light from the arbiter to start the game here. Chat, this is it. We need all the energy now. I haven't seen any spam in the chat today, so if not now, then when? Let's get the energy out as the players are about to get underway here. Hikaru with the black pieces, 9 minutes 05 on the clock, and needing a draw or better to win this match. And this is a big one. We've seen I mean, Hikaru's played what? Never mind, they are off. We do see another Sicilian, but it is, well, so far the same. Yeah, we see a repeat of 92. Wow.
This is incredible that Nodirbek, having had a what what for most people would be a traumatic experience, he shows that he is a I was going to call him a stubborn mule, but that seems harsh. He is not a stubborn mule. He is somebody who sticks with his guns, a principled player, and and yeah, of course, doesn't play the exact same line as the last time, as he was lost after just a few moves. But yeah, going back to the position itself, it's already, I think, a sign that Hikaru has got more knowledge of this sideline, of this rare offbeat opening than Nodirbek. And the reason why I say this is Hikaru just blitzed out the move d5, and Nodirbek goes into the tank and the first big thing of the game.
Yeah, no big thing from Hikaru yet, who blitzes out night before. I also think Hikaru maybe had some time in between the games, even though I'm sure he was not happy with the result of the last game. He is a professional. I'm sure he gave some thought during the break time to what am I gonna do if Nordibek repeats the same line. And so far, he has spent what, 9 seconds. We're already on move 9. And for now, a question asked to Nordibek. I am hitting your bishop on d3. I'm also hitting your pawn on d5. What are you going to do? Are you going to move that bishop?
Yeah,
Are
it's
you
a
going to,
really big.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry. No, I mean it's a huge question, and the reason why is because as chess players, we don't really want to let the opponent capture this bishop, because that way what happens is black is left with what we call the bishop pair, and that's usually an advantage in Sicilian openings, which this is a Sicilian opening. So that's the first reason Nordibek won't be too happy about that. Um, and also, after knight takes d3, the computer says it might be a better idea to capture with the pawn. That's also really difficult to do. Why would you not capture with the queen? So it seems like the line that the computer is suggesting is to play bishop to g5, let black win the bishop, already really difficult for a human to do, and then capture back with the pawn. So a huge ask of Nodirbek to find the best continuation. And I don't know about you, Fiona. I would be very surprised if we see the game go down that path.
I would be too, and there it goes. Nordibek castles. And now Hikaru has a few options. Does he take on d5? Can he take on d3 in this position? Or what happens if you take on d3 and white recaptures with the queen looking to hold on to the pawn?
Yeah, this is a different situation. The reason why before, after bishop g5, knight takes, you did not take with the queen was because of some crazy bishop takes f2 line. We won't show that now, as this is the tiebreak and the time and the moves are coming quicker. But bottom line is, Black really doesn't want to be taking here now, because after queen takes, that pawn that black is down, the pawn that the extra white pawn, it would not be possible to capture it back. So Hikaru basically had to make a choice. He wanted to win the pawn back, and he also would have liked to capture the bishop, but he couldn't do both, and he chose to win the pawn back, which is the best move.
And I think Hikaru couldn't have asked for more out of the opening. We see a 0-0 evaluation, which means with the black pieces, Hikaru has equalized already. He has also already halved the time advantage that Nodirbek started with. It was 6 minutes between the two to begin with. Now it's only 3 minutes. Nodirbek has already spent almost 4 minutes. This is fantastic. But it is very early doors, so let's not call it a victory just yet, but certainly an opening victory with Nodirbek in the tank. Again, I think if Hikaru gets the chance now, he would take on d3 on the next move for sure, taking the bishop here. So I expect Nodirbek to try and hold on to the bishop, but it's not clear to me, where should the bishop go?
No, this is an excellent situation for Hikaru. We're all a little bit scarred because of the close, the near misses that we've seen in this tournament so far, and that's why we don't really want, nobody really wants to celebrate just yet. Now maybe there is someone in chat who is who's already cracked open the champagne, started the celebrations. But in general, I feel like that's the mood in the air right now. But on objectively, what Hikaru has gotten out of this position is a dream. In a situation where you don't have to win, Black is doing fine with just a draw. He has managed to get a completely equal position. If anybody is better, it's Black. And what's more, he now has the possibility to get the queens off the board and bring the game that bit closer to an endgame.
You mentioned it. This really is a dream. The game just out of the opening stages now. One question here I have is, what happens if white captures the pawn on b7?
Yeah, this is a typical sacrifice from Hikaru. I think he'd be very, very happy if Nordibek takes the bait, because after you win this pawn, well, what was that bishop doing? It was covering the pawn on c2. So Black would have jumped in with the knight and targeting this rook and gotten more trades on the board. So Nordibek understandably does not go in for that, but that's fine with Hikaru. He drops the knight back, and by dropping it back, he covers the attack against the pawn.
And look at the clock times, Alex. Suddenly only a minute and a half between the two players. This evened up so quickly, with the position still being in completely equal waters. I don't know where white is gonna try and claim an advantage. Do you feel that the pawn majority on the queen side gives white anything at all, or do you think Hikaru is fully equalized?
Fully equalized, in my opinion, because these pawns, yeah, sometimes in chess, when you have this pawn majority, what Fiona is mentioning, this 3 against 2, what can happen is that you wind up with a passed pawn. And of course, march the pawn forward enough squares and you might make a queen. But the issue with trying to do this here is that Black just has too many pieces, can bring a rook as well, and it's hard to believe that these pawns are somehow going to overwhelm all of Black's artillery. So I don't think that Hikaru is at all worried about those pawns. If in fact, if anything, I think Hikaru sees this pawn as a good target. Maybe rook c8 will happen at some point, and we see that move on the board. And Hikaru is looking at those pawns more so as bait than as anything else.
Yeah, and with the trade of dark squared bishops, c3 is suddenly not the only target. White now also has an isolated pawn on e3. This is looking fantastic for Hikaru. We also, I think, every trade is favorable for Black. Look at the clocks. We're 10 seconds away from the clocks having been equalized completely. And Hikaru looks very calm right now. I think he will be feeling very good about how this has gone so far. It's also, you know, unlike the last game where Hikaru also only needed a draw and the position was equal, but there was so much more life. There was so much more danger in the position here. The queens are off, the black king is safe, and maybe we need to keep an eye on that knight on f5. I'm even wondering, might Hikaru just snap off the knight?
Yeah, I think he's going to be very tempted because Nordibek, he's probably thinking, can I maybe make something happen with a bishop against a knight? So if we get this exchange, it'll be bishop against knight. But if Hikaru hadn't taken that knight, it was headed for d6, right in the heart of black's position. So Hikaru says, you take your bishop, I'll take my knight. And he understands what the evaluation bar is saying, what the computers are saying, that it's a fair exchange and it's still very much in the balance.
Absolutely. Good to see Mr. Bach in the chat as well. Everyone rallying behind Hikaru right now. Hikaru, who's suddenly up on the clock despite having started 6 minutes down. And interestingly, Nordibek, the one offering a trade of rooks here. I think those are going to be snapped off within an instant. And I'm really not sure how Nordibek is planning to win this endgame while being the one who's now down on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible because Hikaru has almost gotten Nordibek to do the work for him, right? Like, what does Hikaru want? He wants all the pieces to get traded off, guided to a simple drawn endgame. Who has been the one forcing all of these exchanges? It's been Nordibek for the past 10 or so moves.
Yeah, this has really been difficult to understand. And now rook d1, which is gonna lead, I think, probably to more exchanges. King f1, king f8 looks completely natural, trying to bring the king to e7. I think even Hikaru looked perplexed there a second ago, like, why is this guy making life so easy for me? This is going, you know, almost a little too well. After king e7, the rooks are gonna come off the board if Hikaru wants to trade them. And
Plot twist, Nordibek actually has some kind of giant side bet with a friend or something that that he'll lose this match or something. Because yeah, it's crazy. It feels as though Nordibek is not fighting. Of course, that is a joke. And for sure, Nordibek is trying, but it's a testament to Hikaru's excellent play. What Hikaru has kind of done is he's made all his pieces, he's brought them to the best squares, and he hasn't really given much choice to Nordibek than to exchange them, because he doesn't see a way of making progress.
I am really surprised by what we have been seeing here. Hikaru not trading just yet, but it's also difficult for Nordibek to avoid the trade. If he moves his rook away from d1, Hikaru will then be in control of the d file. So I think we're gonna keep seeing a little standoff here unless Hikaru decides to trade now, which looks completely fine. I mean, this is what we want to see. You know, we have 3 engine lines, all of them say 0, 0, 0. Times are pretty even right now. I think, you know, unless one of the players goes crazy here, I'm really struggling to see how we'll see anything but a draw here. Fahad is saying he will regret not trading. Do you think Hikaru should take on d1? Well, there we go.
Yeah, no, it for sure it makes sense. Now we shouldn't pretend like this is a position that Hikaru or anyone can draw with their eyes closed. Nordibek is an excellent endgame player, and definitely it's not yet time to completely relax. So, what is Nordibek's thinking in going into this endgame? He is hoping for what you called earlier, these three versus two, this 3 versus 2 pawn majority on the queen side. He's hoping to turn that into something in the future, is something like a pass pawn that could pose problems for black. And the other thing that he's hoping is that overall the bishop is going to be a stronger piece than the knight in a position where there are pawns on not just the king side, but there's also pawns on the queen side. When there's pawns everywhere, the play can happen at any part of the board. The bishop tends to shine because it's a faster moving piece than the knight. So that's what the sort of the narrative of this endgame. The question is, can Nodirbek make the bishop and the pawn majority a threat against Black's defensive setup?
And Alex, I think we've cracked the mystery of why Hikaru has seemed a little off so far today. It's because we were in fact not watching Hikaru, but Hikaru. He has now been swapped out for the real Hikaru, so things should be looking up from here on out. Thank you to the first person who pointed it out. We're very happy to have Hikaru back. And how do you go on about this? Do you want to be the one to push some pawns? Do you ever want to play f5? Do you just sit? Where do you want to have the knight? How do you play this?
Yeah, so it's a little bit tricky because if the pawn arrangement was a bit different, one of the common ways in which Black loves to set themselves up is put the knight on d6 and the king on e7. Reverse the roles, and if you do that, the knight here from d6 covers all of these really, really important entry squares, and it would have created a kind of a wall in sync with these pawns, right? So if you imagine the knight is here on this square right here, where the king is, let me use the blue, and then the knight would have covered all of these squares. So that would be a kind of a wall, and what we call a fortress in the endgame. The problem with that approach is if you start trying to bring that knight there, white might go hunting for these pawns. Also, white has the possibility of advancing here. So that's the ideal setup, but not one that was available to Black. So Hikaru is searching for a different setup. And I really like what he's doing here. He's exchanged a couple of pawns, and now maybe he is finally going to look to set up this knight on d6 again. Not out of the woods if he does this, because there is the possibility of pushing the pawn forward. So still a little bit shaky, still not what we say is a fortress, which means no more progress. That's definitely not the case. Game is still alive for now.
Game is still live, but I think it's good news when we get to the stage of the game where the evaluation moving by 0.1, has us a little concerned. I think this endgame is a draw. The only concern is 3.5 minutes on the clock. As long as Hikaru, keeps his cool, keeps an eye on the clock, this will be a draw. Let's not call it just yet. Of course, Nodirbek is gonna fight for his life here. But I like the way Hikaru's handled this so far. Do you think he's gonna play g5 next? Is that a push we want to make or not?
I don't think so. I think that I wouldn't rule it out for sure, but I think Hikaru is enjoying two things about the way that pieces and pawns are arranged here. One, the stability of his knight. It's well defended. But the other bigger point is, look at these two pawns. White cannot push this one because of the g pawn is covering it, but he can't also push the g4 pawn without losing the pawn on h4. Now, what's the effect of that? It means that if white tries to bring the king in to make use of his extra pawn on the queen side, it's going to cost him a pawn on the king side. And that's actually exactly what Nodirbek does with his last move. He says, fine, I cannot make progress. What Hikaru did with his knight makes it impossible for white to make progress without offering a pawn. And the big question is, will Hikaru take it or not?
Hikaru looks quite perplexed. He's like, hold on, can I not just take that pawn? I think he will take it unless he sees a ghost. He talked about this yesterday when he joined us in the interview against Magnus, where he just kind of trusted Magnus. Here he doesn't take, but I don't think it's as big a problem as it was yesterday.
Yeah, it seems like taking looked like it was leading to a draw. Maybe we can show after the game what was concerning Hikaru, but basically it was the fact that Hikaru's knight would have ended up on h4 and white could have stepped the bishop onto e4 and cut off it's future progress. So Hikaru, maybe he didn't see anything completely wrong with that. Maybe he felt it would hold the draw, but why take that level of risk? He chose the safer path, and so far that decision seems to be paying off.
Absolutely. The White King for now is still kind of cut off from joining the game. The pawn, of course, the more pawns that come off the board, the closer we get to a draw. Time has evened out completely again, 2.5 minutes each. I think Hikaru is now looking how to reroute his knight. Where?
Maybe we
Mhm.
can show the analysis board very quickly here. If we get an analysis board as well as the live board, um, we might be able to show what Hikaru, I think he may be calculating. And that is this possibility of playing knight e8 to f6. I think that there is this line that he may be looking at with king f5, knight takes d5, c takes d5, king d6, an incredibly forcing sequence. And he's an incredible, of course, he's just one of the world's best calculating chess players. And he sees this possibility for a very concrete king and pawn endgame. That's usually, it's like the result is clear. You just have to have the vision to see it. And in this case, it's a huge challenge. You can see that, I mean, the way I see it is knight f6, king f5, knight takes d5, c takes d5, king d6, king takes g5, takes here on d5, king moves, e4, and all of this. At this point, my vision is incredibly blurry, but I think Hikaru, that is where he burned a lot of his clock time. In the end, maybe he wasn't 100% sure and he avoided that forcing path.
I am with you. I think that that is what Hikaru was calculating in the end. He decided against it. Maybe he couldn't quite calculate it to the end, decided to go with a safer approach. Instead, he has now pushed the pawn to a5, looking for more trades. I wouldn't be worried, you guys, about the bar going up to 0.3. 0.3 means nothing. A third of a pawn is not enough to win a game. I think what we should trust more is Hikaru's body language, the head bob. I'm very happy to see the head bob back. He looks confident that he has got this one figured out. I think what Hikaru did is he took that time to figure out a defensive setup, which is going to hold some kind. I think we're very close to some kind of fortress here.
Yeah, I think he just needs to find one move, and that's 98, and we see it on the board. The point is, if the king moves forward, there is knight f6 with a check, holding everything together. Still, knight f6 makes a lot of sense here. Maybe after knight f6, Nodirbek will drop the bishop back to keep the pawn defended, and still white has some hope here to march forward with the king. But Hikaru has his own pass pawn to play with here. It's not just white's pawn on the c file. There is this pawn on e3 that Hikaru has marched up the board, not because he thinks it's going to turn into a queen, but because he wants to distract the king away from, gobbling the a5 pawn, which would be
And I
dangerous
think
if black loses this pawn.
the only thing now to keep an eye on is the clock, 44 seconds. Remember, the players will get a 1 second increment starting from move 61. We're 14 moves away. The position is a draw, but making moves with 1 second is not easy. Nordebek, if it comes down to it, even if the endgame is a draw, will try to flag Hikaru. This is completely normal. It might not be pretty. Everyone would do it in the white player situation. So ideally, if you're Hikaru, you want to shut things down as quickly as possible. I think right now I'm just struggling to find a way for Nodirbek to make progress as he is dropping down on the clock. His C pawn is going, I thought was going to be gone.
Oh my goodness, this is a dangerous situation here because oh, this is this oh my goodness, this could be a problem because the problem is now the white king is going to rush, grab this pawn, and this pawn is going to turn into a monster. Now, sometimes you would be able to sacrifice your knight for the pawn, but not here because the endgame is winning for white. So right now, with 20 seconds to go for each player, Hikaru on the position is in trouble, but it's not easy to win here with such little time.
I mean, both players down on the clock. Of course, this is the worst possible turn of events, but panic might setting on both sides. We're suddenly back. Oh my goodness. I think it's just so difficult to commentate on what's happening. The players are down. I mean, even if I mean, the players both down under 10 seconds here with the G pawn having dropped now.
My God.
I don't know. I feel the board is struggling to keep up with the game. Both players, the 1 second increment has kicked in now. They're both playing just with a 1 second increment. The position is objectively lost. The problem is if the A pawn falls, Hikaru needs to find a way to get one of the white pawns. Nah, this is really, really heartbreaking to watch. I'm in shock at what we've just seen here. I think all the Armageddon losses we've seen by Hikaru in this tournament have been really hard to watch, but this one was the toughest one yet. I think with things coming down to the clock, we see Hikaru there coming back for his badge. I don't know if
Yeah, I think if you wanted, I mean, I think if you wanted to script it to make it as, you know, make the losses as painful as possible, you would script it this way, right? So it's been every time so close, and just at the absolute last second, things have gone downhill. And yeah, you can see in Hikaru's body language that he's really just disgusted with how the cards have fallen in this event so far.
Yeah, I mean, this has been really, really tough to watch. Is he eliminated yet? No, absolutely not. There are still 2 matches to go. The next one, I hope Hikaru manages, you know, to take the break that's upcoming for him, to just take a breather and recalibrate, because the next match is huge. By the way, the other in the other game, Magnus actually went down to Wesley, so losing his first match of the event. But the next one against Fabi is huge. Hikaru is still on 1 point. He is not eliminated, far from it. But we really need a win here. Tomorrow, Hikaru is playing Denis Lazovic, the lowest rated player in the event. So we are still very far from immediate elimination, but yeah, it's just been very difficult to watch. Also seeing, of course, the emotions and the feelings of the
Yeah,
players.
and just maybe to very quickly show just how thin just how fine the margins have been. And I'm not saying this just purely because we're in this position as commentators. This is really, you know, how it's gone throughout this match, that right at the last second it's been the finest of margins, and sometimes they go your way and sometimes they go against, and unfortunately in this tournament it's gone against in all of the critical moments. Here 64, black could have played king f6, but they were down to seconds, and the point is that after this exchange, king here, king here, king here, takes here, we get this pawn race, and black gets there to the corner of the board, a theoretical draw with just in the nick of time. That was something that would be trivial for Hikaru to calculate with maybe even 15, 20, 30 seconds on the clock. But I think he was down to about 5 seconds at that moment in time. And he missed that opportunity. That was the last chance to stay in the game. And after he played knight to d4, then it was game over, as the problems of having a knight versus a bishop made themselves apparent. That bishop is able to play on the king and on the queen side, and the knight struggled to control these distant pawns.
Guys, we need to forget about this game and focus on the next one. The good news, Hikaru recently has had a really great run against Fabiano. He beat him in the critical last game to win Norway Chess earlier this year. He also won a beautiful game and very important one against in the Isle of Man, a game that surely contributed greatly to Hikaru coming second and qualifying to the candidates tournament. We need you all here after this break for the match against Fabiano. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. It's day 3 of the Champions Chess Tour finals, and I'm not gonna lie, it's been a tough day so far. I mean, Alex, you mentioned it before the break, like if you scripted the worst possible scenario, you would script what we've been witnessing, pretty much. But things are far from over. This next match, we see Fabi just arriving for game 1, where he will be white against Hikaru. This next one is really crucial. Currently, Hikaru still in the survival stage zone. There are 3 players tied at the bottom on 1 point. That's Hikaru, Alireza, and Lazovic, who Hikaru still has left to play tomorrow, and Hikaru has the better tiebreak over Alireza because he beat him in their direct encounter. So everything left to play for, but this next match against Fabi, really, really crucial. Alex, do you think Hikaru will have managed in the break time between the 2 matches to somehow recover?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think that one of the characteristics of all of the players who have managed to not only reach the top but stay at the top of chess for many, many years is their resilience. You can compare it to, tennis players when they're serving or they're facing, several match points, or basketball players, with seconds to go on the clock. The best do have that ability to weather the storm, weather that pressure, that psychological pressure. And Hikaru certainly has had the momentum going against him, and this result will sting for a while. This first result against Nodirbek, but I think he's going to show up here at the board and ready to play, and at least while he's playing Fabiano, put the events not only the events against Nordibek, but the events of the entire tournament. He'll do his best to put that to the back of his mind.
Absolutely. In this round, there's another crucial matchup going on, Alireza against Denis Lazovic. So one of these 2 players is going to move to 2 points after this current match. In the background there, we saw Hikaru arrive for his match against Fabi. We saw a handshake. They will be starting any moment now. Hikaru is starting with the black pieces. I'm curious to see how this one is going to go. I mentioned before the break the 2 important games that Hikaru won against Fabi in classical time controls this year. The first one, I'm sure many of you will remember it, in the last round of Norway Chess, with Hikaru playing this fried liver attack in the Italian. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. We are off, and we have a Sicilian on the board.
Yeah, and Fabi taking the game in a different direction to the Sicilians we saw against Abdusatorov. This is the so-called Rossolimo with bishop stepping out to b5. It's usually the way one of the ways in which white can take the game in a more positional direction. So Fabi perhaps showing his hand. He doesn't want an all-out battle from the get-go. He wants to keep things somewhat controlled.
Yeah, and Hikaru now taking a little bit of time to make his decision, goes for a6. Usually white here, I believe, retreats the bishop all the way back to f1, which is why they played rook e1 on the previous move to free up that f1 square. I'm somewhat perplexed, actually, that Fabi is taking his time here. Do you know if other moves are common as well?
Yeah, Fabi can take the game in a more positional direction by capturing this knight, bishop takes, then pushing this pawn d4. You get a position like this, and white will then play c4. And that setup may seem a little bit complicated there with the arrows, but it's a quite a well-known setup known as the Maroczy structure. So it's a setup where white will give up the bishop pair, but on the other hand, get more space, and it's considered a very solid approach. So Fabiano's decision really is all about does he want to play solid and continue going in a very positional style, or does he want to play the move you suggested, Fiona, and keep things keep a little bit more tension on the board and perhaps invite a little bit more chaos down the line. So that is, I think, what Fabi is considering right now.
Fabi, as we mentioned before in this event, one of the world's best prepared players. So it's not that he is out of book, far from it. He was just making up his mind, and in the end, as you were just explaining, decides to go the more positional route, and now follows this up with a push in the center with d4. I imagine that is a pawn that has to be captured.
Yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, white just gets this giant pawn center, and yeah, there's no reason for Hikaru to give Fabi that kind of an advantage. So he does take, and now the question is, will you develop as Hikaru has done, or there was also this possibility of defending the bishop, because now, as you can see from the health bar, the computer suggests that white may have a little bit of an advantage here by capturing this bishop and forcing black to capture back with a pawn. The reason why this is so is because sometimes that pawn here, that particular pawn structure, the change in the pawn formation is a little bit to white's advantage. So I think Fabiano is asking himself, will I capture the bishop immediately? Because if he doesn't, if he plays a move like knight to c3, it is possible that on his next move, Hikaru will choose to defend the bishop.
It looks like knight f6 has come as somewhat of a surprise to Fabi, who is right now considering, do I take on c6 or not? The good news for us is that Fabi has been investing quite a bit of time in the opening stages. Of course, it's still very early doors, but it is nice to get that little edge on the clock. Fabiano decides not to capture on c6 and instead goes for c4, as you mentioned earlier, establishing what is known as the Maroczy bind.
Yeah, and the position is so far very standard, kind of a Sicilian position. Hikaru choosing to fianchetto his bishop, preparing to bring his king to safety. The king is in the line of fire here from the rook, so black doesn't want to just sit there on its starting square, on the king's starting square for too long. So what we're probably going to see over the coming moves is right now Fabiano just making a decision probably to do with what he wants, where he wants to deploy his bishop. One option is bishop f4, another option bishop g5, and a third option is to play b3 and fianchetto the bishop, mirroring Hikaru's decision to fianchetto his own bishop. So that, I think, is what's running through Fabiano's mind as he continues to eat into his clock time, which is good news for from Hikaru's perspective.
Yeah, I think all three options you highlighted are perfectly reasonable. I don't know if it's a matter of personal choice or if one of them is maybe objectively stronger than the other. We saw Fabiano kind of reach out for the bishop, I think, but then retracting his hand to give it another thought. But the bishop has now come out to g5, and I imagine that the next few moves we will see for Hikaru is castling kingside and probably bringing a rook to c8 to the semi-open c-file. Do you think you can tell us a little bit about the plans in general for white here?
The plans for white. Well, white actually, the main plan is already sort of set up, which is that white has decided to put a pawn on e4 and complement that with a pawn to c4, really grabbing a lot of that space in the center and at the same time clamping down on one of the most important central squares in the future, perhaps looking to plant a knight on d5. So over the next few moves, Fabiano is likely to play with a view to consolidating his space advantage. And what is meant by that is this pawn right now is undefended. So we might see a move like b3, or perhaps indirectly defending it with rook to c1. Fabiano's the broad outline of Fabiano's plan is to try and smother Hikaru and try and say, I have more space than you, and as a result, you're going to struggle to find good squares for your pieces. And of course, in turn, Hikaru's mission is going to be to prove Fabiano's strategy wrong and make sure that his pieces come to life in the middle game.
Fabiano just completed his development by bringing the rook to d1. You're talking about Hikaru countering that strategy. For now, he is also bringing his rook into the game via e8. b3, just solidifying the pawn structure, defending the pawn on c4. And the only black piece that hasn't played yet is the queen. I feel like the queen is going to come out now, but I'm not sure. Is it going to go all the way to a5? Will it stop on c7? Maybe go to b6 even? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that if Hikaru steps the queen out, I would say that queen a5 is the better choice. And that has to do with that clamp on the d5 square. If Hikaru steps the queen to c7, white might find themselves in a good situation to jump with the knight into black's half of the board. And the problem is, if you're Hikaru, if you then take this knight, let's say you play knight takes or bishop takes, let's say you get a position like this and you take, white will actually take back with the e-pawn. Now, that is going to play into Fabiano's strategy because suddenly the rook from e1 comes to life. On the other hand, if black plays the queen to a5 and white, Fabiano, still insists on putting the knight on d5, at least that will give Hikaru the option to trade queens. And in general, in chess, when you have less space, you're happy to get some pieces off the board because the lack of space makes it harder to find good squares for your pieces. But the fewer pieces you have, the fewer good squares you need to find.
Okay, Hikaru goes in another direction, not playing the queen at all, but instead dropping the knight back to d7. So that knight, where is it headed? Is it headed to c5, to e5? Or is Hikaru for now just looking to open up his bishop to g7? What could be the idea here?
So there are a few possibilities from here. One of them is that the knight does indeed step to c5 because, yes, it's true that Fabiano could chase that knight away, but the second that you play a move like b4, you take a risk. And the risk is that suddenly this pawn here on c4 can no longer be so easily defended. and look at where Hikaru's rook is. So it might be a little bit of a provocative move by Hikaru if he does plant the knight on c5. I wouldn't be surprised if he does play this now on the next move, as that does seem to be the better square when compared with a square like knight e5. If you were to go to e5, then you might just be inviting more pawn pushing on the king side from Fabiano, and that would suit Fabiano's strategy better. Remember, Fabiano, for the most part, wants to keep these pawns as they are on a2, b3, and c4.
Meanwhile, Fabiano has gone for this thematic knight jump you talked about earlier. The knight has planted itself on d5. So I am curious, are we going to see knight c5 happen here, maybe provoking Fabiano into pushing the pawn to b4? I'm struggling. I mean, I don't play these positions at all with black. I've literally never played a Sicilian game in my life. And I think it shows here because I look at the position and I'm struggling, to understand the ideas that black generally wants to go for. Because now all the queen moves have been stopped. Literally, the queen cannot move. c7, b6, and a5 are all under white's control. I don't think I can move any of my pawns, really, unless b5 is an option, but I doubt it. So apart from knight c5, I'm not sure. What do you even do? Like, I'm not very tempted to give up one of my bishops for either of the knights. Do
No,
you
for
see
sure. For sure, you don't want to exchange the bishops. This bishop is keeping your king relatively safe, while this bishop, if it trades itself off for the knight, the problem is, once again, that activates Fabiano's rook on e1. In general, in these positions, there's two strategies that black will pursue. One of them is what we mentioned already of exchanging pieces. Now, don't exchange a piece if it comes at the safety of your king. Now, I'm not saying that this is, maybe Hikaru will play like this. It's not the worst move in the world, but in general, you don't want to do that if it comes at the safety of your king. So one thing is exchanging pieces as long as you don't, compromise your king's safety. The other approach is to go for what is called a pawn break. So making contact with white's pawn chain is a way to open up lines and also undermine white's clamp on the central squares. So probably at the moment, Hikaru is thinking of some more maneuvering with a move like knight to c5. And from here, now you might consider, if, let's say, Fabiano were to play, a silly move like pawn to h3, you might then consider capturing. Now, why capture here and not before? Because now, yes, your dark squares are very weak, but you could follow up that exchange with knight e6, and that would actually target the queen and the bishop. That would force not just these two pieces off the board, but it would also force the knight and the bishop off the board. So you get rid of a lot of pieces in one go, and you get closer to that equality of the endgame.
Yeah, and now Hikaru has spent a bunch of time for the last few moves. Times have evened up. And it is Fabiano's turn to make a decision here. I'm curious to see which way he will go. I think Fabiano understands. If we take a moment to talk about the psychology of the situation, I think Fabiano and Hikaru, they've been playing games against each other for longer than a lot of people in the chat, I think, have been born. So he understands that Hikaru right now is not in a good situation psychologically. I'm sure he saw the last Armageddon game that Hikaru played against Nodirbek. So from that point of view, I'm curious, will it influence Fabiano's choices? Will it influence the way he plays this game? Will he maybe take a little bit more risk than he usually would? What do you think about that?
I mean, I'm certainly not an expert on how Fabiano will kind of what his mindset is in these kind of spots. But if I had to guess, I would say he's gonna keep playing this calm, methodical type of chess, grab a little bit of a space advantage, try to make things a bit uncomfortable for Hikaru, and he probably is going to try to get Hikaru to do the work for him, right? So say, I'll just grab some more space, I'll get a small advantage, and I'll force you to find the path to equality. If you don't find it, great. I'm going to try and take advantage of that. And if you do, well, I haven't taken too much risk.
And I like in the chat, Amy Bear was saying, no way Fabi actually goes h4 white. And then he does. But is h4 really something to be worried about?
Yeah, there's a really interesting decision here. Maybe we can pull up the analysis board in case Hikaru is considering it. We can show what he may be seeing here. And that has to do with the fact that, well, from Hikaru's perspective, having the black pieces, he will be very happy to make a draw here.
Yeah, let's see if we can get the analysis board up for a second so you can make your point on the analysis board while we keep an eye on the live board at the same time.
All right, so I will now show what Hikaru may be considering. He could be considering exchanging that bishop for the knight. Now, once again, inviting another exchange. And after, let's say, a move like queen to c3, looking to exchange again and again. He may be considering some kind of a position like this. Now, the downside to this is you activate the rook, but there are a couple of advantages to this approach. One is this pawn could be a weakness in the future, and another possibility is that black will be able to break free here with a move like b5. Now, let's go back to the actual game because he rejected that possibility, instead choosing the move knight e6. The bad news is that the computer does not like this move. You can see that health bar shooting up in Fabiano's favor. And this is after knight f4, the current position.
Yeah, and knight f4 attacking the pawn on e6. I'm curious to see what Hikaru's follow-up is, because when he played knight e6, he must have seen that this position was going to rise. He needs to deal with that pawn. That's not a pawn we can lose. I wonder what is wrong with queen d7. I see queen d7 is not one of the moves suggested by the computer, and I'm wondering why that is.
I'm a little bit concerned that it may be this move e5. Now, it may not be e5. There may be something else. I'm I'm trying to see. It's possible, yeah. It looks like the move is e5 here that maybe Hikaru has missed here, because the point is, if d takes e5, which is the way that you would like to play, then all of a sudden queen takes queen is a possibility. Now, after e5, presumably Hikaru is considering to just capture back with the bishop. And I have to wonder, is it possible that there is a crazy exchange sacrifice? Again, the position has gotten extremely sharp. We could go to the analysis board here as we wait for Fabiano's critical decision, because the computer is indeed indicating e5 as the crushing blow. But how easy is this to find? If you're in Fabiano's shoes, you have to give up one pawn, then give up the exchange, give Hikaru this beautiful
The Irish
pawn
pawn
structure
center.
known as the Irish pawn center, and excuse me, not go queen to c2 as I thought was the move because of this beautiful resource of bishop to e4. So the tactics get absolutely crazy. Instead, calmly go queen to e2. The rook hits the queen. The queen has no square to run to other than c7. And now knight takes e6. The queen apparently cannot really go anywhere other than b8. And now h5, queen g4. And white, in spite of being an exchange down, his incredibly strong pieces allow him to generate an attack against black's vulnerable king. But I mean, we were only able to walk viewers and ourselves through this variation with the help of the computer. Fabi certainly does not have that kind of assistance. So the question is, will he find this incredibly strong path? And well, we have our answer, e5 on the board from Fabiano Caruana.
I mean, you have to give credit where credit is due. I honestly did not think Fabiano was going to find e5, which is a very nice shot. Now, the good news is that even when we went down this perfect line with after perfect moves by white, the final position was difficult. It was objectively good for white, but it was not lost. So I think that is the good news here. Yeah, the position is difficult, but I was going to say, if Hikaru plays bishop takes e5, there is still a lot of moves to find for Fabi. b5, Hikaru is looking for some counter chances. Yes, the bar shot up a little bit more, but again, I think the path to a crushing advantage for Fabiano is quite narrow, which is the good news here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense from Hikaru's perspective. Who wants to play this position where your opponent has already uncorked the move e5 and you're starting to, you probably, if you're Hikaru, you see, how unpleasant that attack looks, and you don't really want anything to do with it. Unfortunately, the attack is still raging here from white, but in this instance, so far, Fabiano has not had to pay any material like an exchange sacrifice in order to attack the king. So, yeah, this position is looking very, very scary and dangerous here from Hikaru's perspective. But at the same time, both players drifting under the 5-minute mark. So it is a blitz game and anything can happen.
Yeah, with h5, Fabiano attacking the pawn on g6. That pawn is now under attack twice. I don't see a way to defend the pawn other than playing king f7, which looks really too dangerous to step out with the king. So maybe Hikaru will try to just continue playing on the queen side, capture on c4, and see if he can create any counter chances there. I'm not sure what else you can consider here as black. Can you maybe play rook f8 and try to get the rook to f5, double rooks on the f file, and go for some counter chances there?
I mean, that seems unlikely to work after h takes g6 here, just winning a pawn. I think that if Hikaru has played b5, he probably does need to follow up that plan of damaging white's pawn structure and capturing here on c4, maybe hoping that if Fabiano recaptures him, this pawn here on c4 will become weak, and at some point black can start not only capturing the pawn but getting pieces into the game. We do see that so far one of the struggles that Hikaru has had is most of his army has been playing on these 3 ranks, and Fabiano taking the liberty of playing on 5 ranks. So that space advantage really causing problems for Hikaru.
Yeah, I think we need to see b takes c4 here. I just don't see how to react to that pawn push on the king side. So if there is no way to react, it makes sense to try and create chances on the other side of the board with Hikaru. I'm looking at Hikaru's body language. Hikaru very focused. I do still think that, the Hikaru we've seen in this event has just been off form. Sometimes these things just cannot be explained. Sometimes you can find reasons when you are in that situation. Other times, the dice just fall the wrong way every time. It's just been really, really tough to, always have the Armageddon go against you after getting good positions every time. right now, Hikaru just needs to hold on, to fight on here. There's nothing else he can do. We saw the G6 pawn drop there. Well, no, actually, what am I saying? What happened there? Sorry, can we just go back one move? I completely missed what happened there.
Well, it was basically in this position that Hikaru has just been given a bit of a lifeline as Fabiano sacrifices a piece for 2 pawns in order to drum up what certainly looks like a very, very powerful attack. But at the same time, look, we will take it. This is the absolute best case scenario that we could have hoped for. Why? Because if you're going to face a monstrous attack, at least you want to be up material, right? At least you want to be up a piece. If the attack fails, you win the game.
I'm with you. I think this is the best we could have hoped for as Hikaru fans here. Because yes, objectively, Fabiano is doing well, but you still need to play this attack near perfect for it to crash through. If you don't play the best move at every turn, your advantage is going to shrink, and eventually, if you completely fail with your attack, you will emerge a piece down. As Sam in the chat is pointing out, Hikaru is an amazing defender, so there are chances he really needs to hang in here. And I feel that looking at Hikaru, that there is a bit more grit again, that he is hanging in there. No doubt he understands he is in a precarious situation, but also, as you mentioned, Alex, the times are ticking down. We're now in a fast blitz game where Fabiano is just ticking under 3 minutes, times are slowly evening out. So yeah, what we need is for Fabiano to, just a couple of slips might be enough for things to become to become messy again, and a game where there is everything to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you
I
said a couple
said,
of
what did I
slips.
say? All we need is one slip, and that's quite a big slip. Queen e7, offering a trade of queens, and Hikaru is back in the game if he takes on e7, which he does. Okay, let's go, guys. It's time to wake up. I know this game hasn't been fun to watch until now, but we are back in it.
Yeah, just incredible. I mean, and psychological advantage is with Hikaru right now. The position is equal, but when you're Fabi, you know that you had a completely winning position. You know that there were multiple winning continuations, but the one that you chose gives your opponent a lifeline, and that is an unpleasant position to be in. We've seen Hikaru being in that position where he had the edge and went wrong. Now it's Fabiano's turn to feel the heat in that respect, and hopefully, the old saying, the old chess saying, will hold true, which is that mistakes tend to come in pairs. So if we can see another mistake here from Fabiano, then Hikaru may even jump into the lead in this game.
Absolutely. And I think also what's so important, the players, they sense this shift in the momentum over the board. Fabiano no doubt understood that he was in the driver's seat, that he was potentially even objectively winning, and that his advantage has evaporated. No doubt Hikaru feels the same. Also now, the time is ticking down so fast. Both players under 2 minutes. Hikaru has this bishop pair. Material is going to come off. Hikaru takes on f4, Fabiano takes on e6, but in comes the rook to the g file, putting pressure on the pawn on g2. A draw right now is the most likely result, but anything could happen here.
Yeah, and Fabiano has a difficult choice to make. For example, the computer is suggesting this plus 0.03 that the chat sees is after capturing this pawn, giving up an exchange, and moving into this endgame that you are never going to win as white, but you might lose because black is the one with the extra piece. So understandably, Fabiano didn't want to do that, but plays a move that is considered to be a slight inaccuracy.
And Hikaru finds the best answer, captures on g6, and now the air has cleared. Hikaru has 2 bishops for a rook and a pawn. This endgame is in black's favor. The bishop pair is so strong on an open board, and this board is wide open because there are so few pieces on the board. Also, look at Hikaru's king. Hikaru's king, I think very soon will move up either to f5 or f6, closer to the center of the board, closer to the action. There he goes. King f5 was the best move in the position. And I think only Hikaru can play for a win here. Time is going to be crucial. Both players around the minute-and-a-half mark. But if Hikaru can somehow win the pawn on c4, he will have fantastic winning chances here.
Yeah, I mean, no position is entirely safe. So any result is possible. But the player who is running, I think with best play, it will be a draw. But the player who runs the biggest amount of risk from here is for sure Fabiano. As you can see, black does have the better position with the bishop pair outweighing the influence of the rook.
Yeah, and I like this move the computer is pointing out, king e4, with the ideas being to activate the d-pawn. Hikaru decides to launch the d-pawn right away. He can still go king e4 on the next move, unless Fabiano plays king f3 here, which he does. I mean, I think that was an important move for Fabiano to find. But still, Hikaru is going to try and use his 2 bishops and his king to shield his pawn and use his d-pawn to create some chances here. Of course, let's not underestimate Fabiano, who has 2 passed pawns of his own. Fabiano, who, by the way, is down to 45 seconds here. This one is going to be another tense finish. Still a draw, the most likely result here, but all 3 results to play for. I like that Hikaru is staying up on the clock. He's up 50 seconds on the clock right now. I think it's massive. We've seen time and time again how stressed the players get. A big threat right now. I don't think Fabiano's gonna miss it, but bishop d5 there would have won.
Yes, but not many paths to stay in the game. Fabiano needed to find rook c8 as the best move, or rook e8. Unfortunately, he does find it, but there's a lot of trickery here.
A lot of trickery. We have seen that Fabiano has also not been immune to not cracking under pressure. We remember his game against Nodirbek where he defended so well. And look at that. Bishop e7 gives Hikaru great winning chances here. He goes with king d5, but still, I think things are so tense because this d-pawn. Now the king is shielded. This is still so close. We are getting a race now. I think Hikaru can bail out with a draw at some point, probably if he wants it.
Yeah, I think that's probably what we're going to see because this pawn is a dangerous pawn.
So bishop c5 here would repeat the position once. Maybe it is time. I would love to see Hikaru press for a win, but we don't want to overextend. Remember, this is game 1. Hikaru is playing with black. On paper, a draw is a good result. If he sees any chances to play on, maybe he'll try king c4, which is also fine. But I think there is nothing wrong here with bailing out with a draw after bishop c5. I don't think there is anything white can do to stop the draw here. So Hikaru is using almost all of his remaining time to decide, is it time to make that draw or keep pushing? From his body language, I think he's going to go for the draw. I don't think it's a bad thing. You know, I think a few moves ago, like 5-10 minutes ago, we would all have been very happy. Of course, he got some chances in between, but I think all in all, a draw will be a good result from this game with Hikaru to play white next. And I think the game is still going. They did repeat 3 times. And
Okay, wow. So Hikaru has chosen to keep the game alive. I'm a little bit surprised by this decision because this pawn is a scary pawn. I mean, if you go
6 seconds
d2,
for Fabi. I think we were all a bit shocked there by what happened.
Oh
The
no.
position had been repeated 3 times.
Okay, no. Black is okay.
So what is happening now? The pawn is under control, but the players. I mean, I think the board is struggling to keep up. The player is visibly nervous, but that is it. With the G pawn and the D pawn coming off the board, we do see a handshake here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, my heart was in bad shape there. My goodness. But
I mean, Hikaru has been giving us, what do you call it? Buck for, what's the expression?
uh which I'm
I
not
don't know.
quite sure.
Alex, there's still one game going on. There's actually, let's go to Nordibek against, oh no, just ended in a draw. Don't mind me. But
Okay.
a bang for our buck. That's the one. Thank you, Daho in the chat. I think that's what I was trying to say. What a game. I mean, it ends in a draw. It was another roller coaster. I mean, every game at this point is a roller coaster. Hikaru was dead lost at some point. He got some chances in the end game, but I think we will take a draw at this point. I think it's also really important to study the ship after a really tough match against Nodirbek earlier. Remember what I said, Hikaru has won 2 crucial games against Fabi this year with the white pieces. He will be playing white next. So all in all, I think this is great news. We are going to go on a short break. We will be back very soon with the next game, a crucial one. Hikaru will be white against Fabi. We need you all here, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side of this.
See you in a sec.
Welcome back, guys, to what is the last regular game of the night. There might still be some Armageddon in store after this, but this is it. Hikaru managed to save a draw in game 1 against Fabi with the black pieces from a difficult position, and he will now be playing white. He won 2 great games with white against Fabi this year in classical time controls. The first one at Norwich as to win the event, and the second one recently in the Isle of Man to really, push his chances to finish in the top 2, which he did, thus qualifying for the candidates, the big tournament that we're all looking forward to in 2024. Now, this one, I think a win would be absolutely fantastic here, not just to win the match, which is obvious, but also for Hikaru's, for the morale, because I think the way that the whole tournament has been going so far, it's not just that it's not been going well, it's just been tiny margins which fell against him every time. We are still waiting for the players to come back elsewhere. We completely forgot to mention before going to the break. But Magnus clearly was not happy with losing his previous match against Wesley So and beat MVL in just 23 moves in game 1. The other 2 games ended in draws. Alireza only drawing against Lazavek with white in game 1, and Nordibek also drawing against Wesley with the white pieces. So plenty of action to look forward to as we see. Fabi has arrived for game 2. Alex, do you think Hikaru will stick with 1d4?
I guess if I had to bet, I would say yeah. I mean, he's overall, I think had reasonable success with this approach, and it's not the openings that have cost Hikaru. What has cost Hikaru is these high pressure time scramble situations where the margins are so fine that it's really down to who makes the last mistake. And it's, at this level with the players being as strong as they are, it's not quite a coin flip, but it's something close to that. And Hikaru, has gotten the short end of the stick in a few key games, a few key moments of this tournament. That's definitely weighing on him as well as on all of his fans watching the action. And yeah, hopefully this time around marks a bit of a turnaround in that pattern because, as you said, this really is a absolutely crucial game and a crucial match for Hikaru's survival chances going into tomorrow's final round of the final day of the round robin portion.
Yeah, absolutely. I see chat has been discussing his chances. So if he wins the last two matches, if he beats Fabi and beats Lazovic, I'm fairly certain that he will for sure make top 6. I think even if he were to lose this match, there are still some chances, but don't quote me on it. I think it would be good for us if Lazovic beat Ali Reza in their match, but I'd much rather see a win here against Fabi. This game really, I mean, I've been saying it so many times this tournament, but this game with the white pieces is a big one. The two games where Hikaru beat Fabi that I have mentioned both started e4, e5. In the first one, no HS, we saw this fried liver attack where Hikaru spectacularly outprepared Fabi. And in the Isle of Man, it was like a four knights, which turned into a Scotch, where again, Hikaru got a great position out of the opening. So I'm curious, will Hikaru stick to d4 or will he bring back one e4 with some prep against Fabi? We will find out. These two, they will meet again in the candidate. So assuming Hikaru has started his preparation, he might not want to use his best weapons for this game. But I'm very curious to see what Hikaru is going to employ here in the opening against Fabiano, as we see the arbiter drop by to, I don't know, maybe check that everything is ready to go. The players now have the tablet next to the board. There is Hikaru. We see a handshake between the players, and it looks like they're going to start right away. Some last minute confusion, but they are off and Hikaru continues opening with 1d4.
Yeah, and the players seem to be a little bit confused about the clock situation here, which is why we're not seeing any move being played by Fabiano. So the arbiter just addressing whatever the issue may be, and we'll get going very soon.
Hikaru, who mentioned yesterday in the interview that he's not been too impressed with some of the organizational side of things on site, but they have liftoff now, and we see yet another Trompovsky.
Yeah, Hikaru sticking to his guns, and Fabiano taking an approach that is very similar to the approach that Wesley So took in their match, in the match between Wesley and Hikaru, where it has to be said, Wesley did solve his opening problems. Now, having said that, Fabiano has gone in a slightly different direction. Wesley had developed the knight to d7. So a new approach here, and we'll see whether Hikaru is going to try to hang on to his extra pawn by pushing with b4, or perhaps he will try to fight in the center with move c4. But for now, it's on Fabiano to move.
Yeah, Fabiano pushing his e-pawn forward just one square. Hikaru quickly responding with before. Is this not the exact position we saw before?
This is not in the Wesley So match, but we saw this in one of the matches indeed.
Against Magnus? No, not Magnus. Alireza, maybe.
Perhaps it was against Ali Reza, but I think that there may have been a slight difference in that position. Although right now I would have to double check that
Yeah,
game.
let's just stick with the current game with Hikaru playing quickly. I think clearly still in his prep. The knight has just gone to b3 from where it defends the c4 pawn. And a question now for Fabi, how is he going to continue his development? And he answers that by fianchettoing the knight to g7. And same question to Hikaru now. What's he going to do with his knight from g1? Is that knight going to come out to e2 or f3? And that is answer 2. f3 it is.
Yeah, so the I guess the main thing that I feel here from this particular opening variation is that it's a relatively safe variation for both sides. Hikaru doesn't have as many winning chances out of the opening in this particular line as he might with other sharper lines, but that cuts both ways. He also has an overall a lot safer position. It's much harder to win this from the black side. So in that respect, that may suit Hikaru because you have to fancy him as a favorite in the Armageddon format, which is faster time controls. Historically, Hikaru with the better record, although Fabiano in recent has been having excellent results in faster time control. So certainly one that can go either way if it does get to Armageddon.
Yeah, we're still far away from that right now. And indeed, Anurti, thank you in the chat. I think the game it reminded us of was against MVL. Indeed, MasterChef official is very happy with this. He did actually want a boring game for a break. I don't know, Alex, would you say this position is boring?
I wouldn't say it's boring per se. I just think there's a little bit, a lot of pieces have been exchanged, and that does usually increase the chances of a draw. But there is life in it. Normally, when we think of boring positions, we think of positions where both sides have a very similar pawn formation, maybe similar pieces. But in this case, there's a lot of differences in between black and white's position. Black has nice central pawns, but on the other hand, double pawns. Maybe Fabiano's king is going to be in a bit of trouble in the future. Fabiano has the bishop pair. Usually that's considered an advantage. But in this case, Hikaru's knights, one of them may jump to the central d4 square. So there's no reason why they are less strong than Fabiano's bishop pair now. Very interesting move here. The computer, as you can see, the auto mark there of double exclamation mark seems
Yeah, we haven't seen
very...
too many brilliant moves in this tournament.
Yeah, it seems a little bit generous, right? For a
Yeah.
move that keeps the position equal. But I guess the computer is impressed by the fact that the knight can be captured, but Fabiano has a reply in store. He will take the bishop in exchange.
The computer is easily impressed. In this case, Hikaru can actually choose. Does he want to capture on e5? Does he want to capture on d7? He goes for the capture on d7, and now actually the air has cleared somewhat. We get this imbalance where Hikaru has a knight against Fabiano's bishop on g7. And the pawn structure is a weird one, right? I mean, Hikaru has 2 pawn islands, Fabi has 3, but Hikaru has these double c pawns. How do you evaluate this?
Yeah, certainly. I think Fabiano is by no means worse here in this position. Maybe very, very, very fractionally, I would choose the black position, but really it's equal because while these pawns may seem a bit weak, and they're isolated pawns, they are nevertheless well defended here by the bishop, and you could get a situation by the knight rather. You could get a situation where the bishop, Fabiano brings his bishop to target this pawn, but let's imagine that black does capture the pawn. White recaptures, black captures again. Well, you see where Hikaru has placed his rook. He's eyeing up the b7 pawn. So you could get a situation where this pawn gets traded for the b7 pawn, and then the position moves closer to equality. But in addition to this, we notice that with his last move, I think a very good move here from Hikaru, he brings his queen, which wasn't really doing too much on the king side, shifts it over to e2, and from there, Hikaru could step it onto b5 with a dual purpose. One is to defend the pawn on c5, and the other is to increase the pressure against the b7 pawn. So I think nice play here from Hikaru. Black takes the opportunity to push on the king side. He did have these double pawns, so why not try to get rid of them? And Hikaru says, I will not let you get rid of those double pawns. And he advances instead, which I think is a very good move.
Yeah, I like e4 as well. Asking some questions of Fabiano. How are you going to deal with my, maybe I would call it a positional threat of capturing on d5? I think that is a trade that we would welcome very much. So Fabiano right now has to make a decision. Is he gonna take on e4 himself? Is he going to defend his pawn on d5? I think one of the moves suggested by the computer, and I quite like it for black, was queen e5. Instead, Fabiano decides to capture on e4, so we see another set of pawns come off the board. The position right now very, very equal. Fabiano switching his rook from one open file to the other by playing rook d8, and yeah, I think I like this move by Hikaru. Queen f3. I think what Hikaru is looking to do with this move, he is controlling the d1 square. Why is that? Because he wants to play rook d1, offering a trade of rooks, and you know, with every piece, every pawn coming off the board, we're getting closer and closer to that equality. Actually, if the rooks come off, I will quite like Hikaru's position, because it is known that the queen and the knight work together very well. Having said all that, I think this position is just a very equal one. I wouldn't be surprised if this game is one of the quicker games to end that we've seen today.
Yeah, I do agree with you that the position is equal, but we might be, I'm not saying we will be, but we might be in for a more of a battle than it appears right at this moment, because there are still some chances. There's a couple of things to notice about the position. One of them is that this pawn here is being closely watched by Hikaru's queen. And if Fabiano gets distracted at the right moment, if this pawn falls, which you can see is also indirectly hit by the rook, if Hikaru manages to snatch that pawn, well, this pawn starts to be able to run to the finish line. This is one detail that both of the players need to watch out for. And another point to maybe remark is that if you're Fabiano, your king might be feeling a little bit less safe than Hikaru. Hikaru's king can step to h2 at any moment, and this diagonal is shut down by the blockading presence of White's queen. It's a little bit harder to find a safe square for Black's king. For example, let's say you played h6 and you tried to step onto h7. Well, at the right moment, White might be able to give a check here. So what I'm trying to say is that I think that Hikaru may not be so interested in rushing to a draw. He knows that with best play, the position is equal and should end up in a draw, but he might suspect that he has slightly better practical chances.
You know what, Alex? You have convinced me. I I retract my words about this, you know, ending in the draw soon. I think Hikaru has the better end. You've convinced me of this position. He is also slowly carving out a time edge, as Creamsicle was just pointing out in the chat, up 2 minutes now on the clock with Fabiano deep in the tank. Maybe there is no no obvious move here for black to make. I mean, what are the candidate moves that you can think of? Well, thankfully, Fabi saved by the gong as Fabiano plays bishop f8, attacking Hikaru's pawn on c5.
Yeah, and I think it's a sign of that dynamic where Fabiano, the position is equal. The computer gives a kind of a rather boring looking evaluation plus 0.16, which is very, very close to complete equality. But you see that Fabiano is trying to maybe get rid of not only the pawns, but the bishop and the knight, maybe exchange here, maybe exchange again, just keep on getting rid of pawns and guide the game to a draw. So that seems to be where Fabiano's radar is, while Hikaru, he's probably scanning for how to keep the game alive. And he starts off by taking control of the A file, which is a great move, actually. It is the move that was considered best by the computer. So Hikaru may be coming into form here as we approach the late stages of the middle game.
Yeah, rook a1. I like this move a lot. I guess Hikaru is looking to maybe go to a7 if allowed, putting pressure on the pawn on b7. What happens though if Fabiano takes on c5 right now?
Yeah, I think if Fabiano takes, and I think we probably will see this, then what will happen is knight takes, queen takes knight, and then at this moment, Hikaru will capture the pawn on f4, unafraid of the fact that the pawn on c2 is hanging. Now, I know we're a bit deep into this position here, but in the end of that variation, white would have a nasty check here on g5, hitting the king and hitting the rook, which at that moment would be undefended because in this whole variation, the black queen will be on c2. So we do see the beginning of this line. Now, I'm certain that Fabiano will not take this pawn. Now we can see more clearly what is going on. If he does, this check will pick up a full rook.
Yeah, and suddenly, even though a pair of minor trace pieces has been traded, suddenly we see very clearly that the black king is the one in more danger. And wow, queen g5. Okay, guys, let's go. I'm glad, Alex, that you made me eat my words about this being a quick draw in the next few moves, because queen d4 allows Hikaru to give a check on g5 when Fabiano will be unable to block the check with the queen, as the rook would be hanging again on d8. So queen g5 is going to force the king either to f8 or to h8, and Hikaru will get some activity there. I'm not sure what the best way will be to continue, and he finds queen g5. Okay, this could be it. I mean, this is such a crucial game right now. Of course, it's not a winning advantage just yet, but this is all we needed. We needed something to work with here, and we've gotten just that.
Yeah,
Fiona,
100%.
quick draw style, Anthony. Maybe I kind of reverse jinxed it, Have you thought about that? Oh, I was just tapping my head to indicate that I'm very clever, but you guys can't see me. So just picture me, doing this meme thing of like, you know what I mean. Anyway, we've seen a couple of moves.
Yeah, and it seems like for those of you who noticed, the space bar had gone up. It seems like the last move here from Hikaru c3 was not the best. There was the possibility to go rook a3, but I think the reason why Hikaru didn't go for that is because black had the opportunity to play rook g8 against that. Now, if you're the computer and you see some very deep, obscure idea, that's a different story. But yeah, from a human perspective, you don't really want Fabiano to step in with the rook there and immediately hit your queen and at the same time keep an eye on your king. So Hikaru plays the more sensible move here, c3. And now it's up to Fabiano. What are you going to do with the queen that is being attacked?
Yeah, the queen is under attack. The queen has to retreat to a square where it keeps an eye on the rook on d8. So d5 was the chosen square, offering a trade of queens. Of course, Hikaru is not interested in that, as Fabi's king is the one that is far more unsafe. So, still an edge here for Hikaru, and quite a narrow path for Fabi to walk. If you allow Hikaru to activate his rook, if his rook, gets into a7 or into b1, if it can somehow swoop into the black position, black might be in very serious trouble here.
Yeah, Fabi really only has two moves that hold the balance here, and that's rook d7 and rook g8. I do think that they're the more natural options, but there is another natural option, which would be queen d7. To my eyes, that looks quite good, right? You're challenging the queen, Hikaru's queen with your queen, and yet somehow, if queen d7 were to be met by queen f4 by Hikaru, then again he would take a pretty significant lead in terms of the advantage. And so, yeah, that all goes to say that, yeah, you might be seeing that health bar roughly 50-50, slightly in Hikaru's direction. But the practical reality is that Fabiano does not have an easy task ahead over the coming moves. And I think that explains why along this process, Hikaru is building up a significant lead on the clock.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that Fabi now ticking down towards the 5 minute mark. Uh, 4 minutes, a 4 minute edge at this point in the game is actually quite substantial. Fabi yet to make up his mind. If he doesn't play rook d7 or rook g8, Hikaru will get quite a significant advantage here. And I think this is really what Hikaru needed. Even if he doesn't win this game, to be in control will feel very good at this stage, of the tournament. Fabi unfortunately did find rook g8, and the queen now comes in to f3. I don't think there are any threats here. Black cannot sacrifice the rook on g3 for a perpetual, as the queen from c7 is keeping an eye on that pawn. So I'm curious. I think Hikaru is probably going to make a rook move. But where do you think the rook will go?
Well, it's a really interesting moment here because Fabiano's play seems to suggest that he may have been in the use of so much clock time before making these last couple of moves from Fabiano may suggest that he's intending to meet the move rook b1, which threatens to win this pawn, with e5, which would be a really impressive resource. And I think that the point is that if white captures here on b7, that would be threatening checkmate. But after e5, you've cut off the line of the queen. So is it possible that Fabiano is calculating whether after e5 and rook takes b7, there may be some sacrificial idea here forcing a perpetual? The idea is that the king is on its own. The rook sacrifices itself in order to pry open the king's defenses and force a perpetual check, meaning the black queen keeps on checking the white king. Now, that
And
did
this,
seem, the computers were
mhm.
suggesting that that worked, but Fabiano did not go for it because it's risky. One mistake in calculation, and you're just down a rook.
And this is great news. Hikaru's edge going up a little bit once again. Um, with his last move, I am very confused as to the nuances and the subtleties here. Even looking at the computer lines, the best check is queen d8, followed by queen c8 and queen b8. And I am really struggling to understand what the differences are.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely complicated endgame. I mean, there's a reason why two of the world's best players are taking their time with this position. So we can only take a guess. Now, one thing that is interesting is that after Queen C8 check, Fabiano will have to block with rook to g8, and that would open the doors to, that would open the door for white to have snatched the pawn on e6. Now, Hikaru decided not to go for that, instead grabbing the pawn on b7. And this makes a lot of sense because he doesn't take too much risk in this position, or no risk at all, really, whereas he does have some chances to trick Fabiano. The odds of winning this have dropped a lot once the C and the B pawns go, but still some practical chances alive for Hikaru because of Fabiano's fractured pawn structure.
Yeah, the fractured pawn structure, I think also the fact that the king is still stuck on h8, the black king is always going to be more exposed in this game than the white king. Fabiano also dropping under 4 minutes now, 3 minutes 40 on the clock. That's still a 4-minute lead for Hikaru. And again, not so obvious. What do you do here as black? Currently, I think Hikaru is threatening to take on e6, but f5, again, I think if Hikaru had captured there on e6, Fabiano could probably take on g3, which is why we see a quick move by Hikaru of dropping the queen to h4, keeping an eye on the g3 pawn.
Yeah, and
Now,
I mean, we have to take a moment to maybe give credit to Fabiano, whose defense has been machine-like, and he keeps impressing with his technical, precision in these kind of end games. I mean, so far it's been incredible play from the worst side of the equalish position by Fabiano, but still an opportunity for mistakes to creep in.
absolutely. Hikaru just needs to keep asking questions of Fabi, have him take down on the clock. Yes, the game might end in a draw, but if Hikaru can keep asking those little questions, Fabi will have to invest time. And if we get down, to the 2-minute, 1-minute mark, that's, I was gonna say that's where mistakes might creep in, but they are
Here we
already
go.
creeping in.
He can win a pawn. It's not easy at all to find, but queen a4, if he finds queen a4, queen e7, there is rook to b7. Maybe in case he goes into the tank here, we could possibly pull up an analysis board here. Now, it may be the case that he plays very quickly, but he does play very quickly, so no longer a need to show that particular line there.
Actually, the board is up. We could very quickly just show.
Okay, we'll just very, very, very quickly show the line after all here with queen to a4. And the point is, after queen e7, defending the rook, there was this brilliant idea, rook b7, hitting the queen, sacrificing the queen, sacrificing the rook, but winning the rook on e8, king g7, and finally, in the end, picking up the pawn on e6. So that was a golden chance, but at the same time, it was just a very unusual tactical possibility. So Hikaru played instead a safer approach, queen f4, and for now, that moment has passed, but it goes to show the kind of tactical opportunities that are there for white.
Yeah, and while this move is given a miss, the time is ticking down, and we have seen that Fabiano is not, he's not he is also prone to making this mistakes, despite the fact that he has overall handled the game. So, here it is again, a second chance.
Time. Has he done it? He's played it.
He's done it.
Wait though. The last time, was it exactly like this? Queen was on g7, rook b6, rook e8, queen f4. Right, queen a1, king h2, queen g7, queen a4. And no, okay, so, but this will only happen in this particular instance if black goes here,
the bar
queen
tricked
e7.
us. That was really mean, actually.
That was extremely mean. The second that we get this position, we see that black wait, the bar may have tricked us, but Fabiano delivers.
Rook b7. I think rook b7 is a move that Hikaru
He's got the move. Fabiano has given him that move. Hikaru, it's time to check out Hikaru's body language. What are we thinking?
I don't know what. Yeah, it is on the board. Rook b7. Let's go.
Oh, wow.
And okay,
Now, this
this
isn't a
endgame is not won, but it has great practical winning chances.
Yeah, this is an absolute nightmare. You're down a pawn, and black's king is out in the open, not white, and the pawn structure is shattered. So there are a lot of opportunities there. We see queen d5
I mean, the
being played
computer
here.
said that black could take the queen on e3. I really struggle to believe that black can hold that pawn ending, a pawn down. Maybe we'll have time later on to come back, but if I'm
Yeah,
black here, never in a million years would I take the queen on e3 and go into a pawn ending, a pawn down.
no, there's no reason. Like, if we discover that that's a draw, we don't have to feel bad about that because, as you can see, Fabiano himself rejected that endgame. So, every once in a while, you get caught by surprise when you check these endgames. There is a thing called table basis where endgames with up to 7 pieces, excuse me, with up to 7 pieces on the board have been solved. So soon we might actually have an exact answer in terms of the evaluation of this. For now, all we know is that Hikaru has as close to zero risk as you can get in chess and has very good chances, very good practical chances to win the game. He's up a pawn, he's got the safer king, and he's got 3.5 extra minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I think practically speaking, defending this as black with a minute and a half on the clock is as tough a defense as it gets. Queen endings are some of the most complex endgames in chess. The good news for Hikaru is that he can keep this game going forever. There is not going to be a bailout unless Fabiano finds a miracle perpetual somewhere, but it's hard to see that right now. Okay, it's also obviously not easy for white to make linear progress. Hikaru goes for a very direct approach. I didn't think we were going to see g4 be played so quickly here.
I'm
And
very surprised by this. Could it be that Hikaru has misevaluated something that occurs after this position here, king g7, queen e5 check, and king back to g6? I'm not quite sure what. So this is Hikaru's idea. He wants to step the queen onto g3. So he found this idea, and that keeps the game alive. Otherwise, it was hard to see how white would be able to avoid an immediate draw.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't get too discouraged by the bar dropping quite a bit here. I think the reason it dropped is because White's king is more out in the open now, more prone to checks. And maybe for the engine, it would be easier to draw this. But I think for Human and Alex, I think we are now in the table base, in a table base position, which confirms that this is indeed a draw. But I still think that from a practical point of view, there is a lot of work for Fabiano to do here.
Yeah, for sure. It's not one of the harder queen and pawn endgames to hold from the black side because the pawns are all, it's only a one pawn advantage. The pawns are all on the king side. So this makes it, the practical defense, a bit easier than in other situations. But still, as you say, there's plenty of danger here, plenty of venom. One of the things that could happen at the right moment is white starts to give some checks, maybe forces. Imagine a situation where you give a check here, king steps to g7, and white is able to force the queens off the board. And some of those king and pawn endgames are going to be drawn, but there are going to be some that are winning. So
Let's
Fabi
also
is
not
under a
forget,
minute.
yeah, I was just gonna say, let's also not forget Fabi is down to just 42 seconds. He does have a 3-second increment per move, but still, I mean, I think what Hikaru is gonna try to do, if he can do so without running into a perpetual, is to move up his king at some point. Maybe start with a check on e6, kick the black king back. And I'm curious if we can play king h4 next. Need to
Yeah,
make
it's
sure.
a little bit risky, but I think that these are the exact kind of variations that Hikaru is going to be thinking about. And just to address a question from MasterChef official, who asks, are we going to end up in a 50 move type situation again, like Nodirbek against Fabiano yesterday? It's possible, but we have a long way to go to reach that point because the 50 move rule applies only when there haven't been, for example, some pawn exchanges, which may happen at any given moment. And of course, white able to roll these pawns up the board. And there's a lot of possible directions that could extend this game well beyond the 50 move mark.
We see a lot of players taking an interest in this game as they are stepping in front of the camera. And well, the 50 move rule counter has just been reset for the second move in a row as the white pawn has advanced to f5. Fabiano stepping back, and wow, Hikaru is just going for it. He's like, okay, let me just roll these pawns up the board and see what happens.
Yeah, it's a really interesting direction that the game is going because now Fabiano is looking for those constant checks against the white king, and that's worked out for him in these last few moves. But now the checks are going to run out with the king stepping to h4. So it's very clear that Hikaru is in no mood to agree to a draw anytime soon. If Fabiano is going to get this draw, he's going to have to force it, to leave Hikaru with no options, no safe retreats or safe escapes for his king.
Yeah, it is now Hikaru's move. I think one of the problems with the position is that at some point it's going to become tough to push the pawns without exposing your king too much. So what Hikaru needs to do is to, I think, just keep the position alive without allowing an immediate perpetual check. And if Fabi, he's already low on time, he has 30 seconds. What we want is Fabi to see him drop down to 10 seconds, 5 seconds. And when nerves kick in and, the time goes close to 0, I think that's when the panic really sets in.
Yeah, and it's one of these positions where sometimes what you can get is you can get a position, it just looks as though the queen can go anywhere. But then at one critical moment, black might have only one precise, like the path suddenly narrows, and maybe black is left with only one move to hold the balance. That does tend to happen in queen and pawn endgames. That's what makes them so difficult to hold. As we've said, this is not the most challenging queen and pawn endgame to hold. It's probably one that Fabiano will have studied and sort of has some fairly clear ideas about.
But I think now we are getting Fabi to where we want him to be with under 20 seconds on the clock. And I feel some progress has been made already. What we can see is the white queen has centralized itself, and the king now has a path to potentially step forward here. Anyway, maybe the game will be a draw. I mean, unless Hikaru's self-mates, he shouldn't be able to lose this one. So I think he just needs to keep making moves, keep asking questions. If it's a draw, it's a draw. What can you do? But we need to get Fabi low on the clock and give him an opportunity to go wrong here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Hikaru will play this on until the bitter or the sweet, and we'll see. The question is, will Fabiano be able to maintain the perfect defense that he's shown until now? Will he be able to maintain that as both players get down to the final few seconds on their clock?
King f8 got an exclam there. I think it was actually one of the only moves. Again, I'm not too sure why. I think you don't want to step to g7 or f7 and allow white to advance with a check. So Hikaru giving some checks here, and he's gonna try to find a way to shuffle his king around again. This is going to be a very, very long game, I feel. The last
Yeah,
pawn
there is
push.
one possibility, and that is that Hikaru walks into. There's two ways in which the game gets cut short. One is Fabiano makes a blunder, loses the game, and the other is that Fabiano claims a threefold repetition. That seems to be what is happening here. Fabiano saying, we have gotten this position 3 times in a row. If true, it's impressive that Fabiano had the sort of focus of mind to recognize this threefold repetition when both players are down to seconds.
I'm not sure he's right though, because chess.com usually, where we're watching the events, if it is a threefold, usually they automatically. What? But also, sorry, what happened? Because King f8 was King f8 the last move. How can Fabiano?
Well,
Did
the only thing that we don't know is it possible because it shows, the board does show exactly like that on the broadcast. So Fabiano is claiming that King f8 repeats the position for a third time.
I thought you
And
had to make the claim before making the move. What
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
confused by is why is Fabi's king already? Also, Bok is saying the claim is off. What I'm saying is the chess.com broadcast, usually it puts these, when it is 3 times, it automatically puts the symbol that I'm sure many of you will have seen. I also think it's off just for because I think the broadcast usually shows.
Yeah, and
Uh,
somebody said in the chat that it was the arbiter who actually made the move. Now, I don't know because everything happened so fast. But that would make sense, right? That maybe Fabiano indicated he's going to go King f8 and the arbiter played that move to check if the position
okay.
has been played 3 times.
So
Um,
also, so if it is a wrong claim, what's gonna happen? I guess Hikaru will be given some extra time. It looks to me like it is a wrong claim. Bok, the all-knowing oracle, has spoken. Um, oh, there I go back. I don't know. Why is it always so hard for arbiters to check? I mean, there are programs these days which just automatically tell you, is it a draw or not? How can it be so complicated every time? Okay, the game goes on, I think, or what? No. Okay, Hikaru is gonna be given some extra. I don't know how much is it gonna be. I guess an extra minute or maybe two. Um, does it also mean Fabiano can't? What are the rules about claiming again?
2 minutes have just been added to the clock. I mean, we can celebrate this as a small victory for Hikaru, right? Fabiano down to 34 seconds if the clocks are right, while Hikaru suddenly has a little bit of a cushion.
He does have a cushion. His king is still somewhat exposed, but this is for sure good news. What was I just? Wasn't I just making a point? I can't remember what I was even saying. Um, yeah, it's still the position, of course, is still objectively speaking a draw, but maybe Fabi might also be a little shook. Did Fabi have as many as 34 seconds, really?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that. But it seems to be like that from
Thank
the
you, Loki. Yes,
blurry
I was asking,
picture.
can Fabi claim again? I've actually forgotten about. I guess you can claim again, right? There is nothing in the rules. I think if you're wrong, Hikaru will be added 2 minutes again. Yeah, thank you, Lucky, for reminding me where my thought train was at. Anyway, the game continues, and amid all this chaos, it looked like Fabi had indeed worked his clock up to 30 seconds. I was checking when was the last pawn pushed. It was on move 57, so we're still 30 moves away from the 50 move rule. I think the threefold repetition is the bigger danger here, as Hikaru is bringing the queen over to the king side to try and give him his king some shelter.
Yeah, I think what Hikaru is trying is he's hoping for a move like Queen F2 check. Then the king would start running up the board. And suddenly, let's say you get something like this and check, and the king goes here. Suddenly, you find some shelter. And Fabiano snuffing out that plan with King G7. And he's arguing, hey, if you push your pawn, I'm also going to find shelter from the check. So both players really conscious of the presence of the predatory queens on the board.
Yeah, and queen d5. So the black queen centralizing. It's so difficult to even commentate on these endgames because okay, this yeah, Fabi found you were getting excited, Alex, because King G8 was the only move for Fabi. Unfortunately, he found it. And times are evening up again as Hikaru is struggling to make progress in, let's face it, what is an objectively drawn endgame. But
Yeah, and I think with his last move, he is inviting some checks here with Queen E4 check that looked like it was forcing the perpetual, maybe even Queen E4 check right now. And we do see Fabiano stepping in with that check. And this is the problem. Now that perpetual, that net where the king just keeps getting checked and there's no way to get out of it has been sprung. And it looks like we are heading into uh, another Armageddon tiebreak very shortly.
what a mammoth game this has been. This is move 90 right now. It's not over yet, or is it? I
I
thought the
think
king
it
was
I think it might be.
I thought the king was
You're
gonna run towards the center. Um, but I think we see the smile on Hikaru's face there as he offers a draw. And we are indeed headed to another Armageddon. Okay, guys, I know you don't want to hear the word Armageddon anymore, but it is time now to break the spell. Is that an expression? It's time
um
to win an Armageddon.
I think break the spell it is. But yeah, at
So
this
I'm
point we're even doubting our, our English sayings, right? I mean, that's how shook we all are.
and I'm curious to see Hikaru's bid. He was very unhappy with his own bid earlier of 9 minutes and 5 seconds for the match against Abdul Satyrov, as we see both players writing down their bids here. We're not going to find out until just a little bit later what happened. I think we saw it there. I think I saw 9:59 by Hikaru. Oh, the reveal is happening now. What is... Oh no, they bid the same! I think they bid the same. They both bid 9:59. Unless they changed their strategy of revealing earlier. What is good? No, they bid the same. How is this happening? Not once, but twice.
You know what would be funny is if someday like two friends who are playing an Armageddon
Agreed to
tournament,
just keep bidding the same.
yeah, they like memorized like 12 different bid sequence, like a sequence of like 12 different bids, and they just kept doing the same ones like as a giant troll. I don't think it would endear them to either the tournament organizers or the fans, but I suppose they could just deny it forevermore, you know?
The arbiter did a great job there of when she checked the bids to step in front of the camera, so I didn't see it. Oh, I almost got a glimpse, but not quite. Okay, guys, I think we're gonna go on a short break before the Armageddon. Let me just quickly tell you that Ali Reza against Lazovic, they are also going to Armageddon after 2 draws. Magnus drew his second game against MVL, so he wins that match. And Nodirbek against Wesley also saw 2 draws and off to Armageddon they go. So plenty of action awaits after this break. Don't go anywhere. This is the last game of the day. We need you all. We need all the energy. See you very soon.
Catch you in a sec, guys.
Welcome back for a final time. This is the last Armageddon of the day. We need to break the spell. We saw on camera just before the break that the players bid the same exact time. First time around 9 minutes 59. They then had to redo their bids. Fabi went only 7 seconds slower to 9:52, while I guess Hikaru decided he did want black after all, as he went down 50 full seconds to 9:09. So Hikaru will be black. He'll have 9 minutes and 9 seconds on the clock, and he has draws. Hikaru, we see him at the board right now. I think he's just thinking about what to play. Of course, he needs to forget all the Armageddon games he's played in this event so far. They've all gone against him, but this is a new game. It's a new, it's a new match, and this is a crucial one to fight for the spots to get to the survival stage. I think they'll be off any second now. Can we switch our cam? Guys, I don't think, I think some of you are joking. Some are serious about the jinxing. I personally don't believe that there is anything we can do from where we are to influence Hikaru's result other than sending all our energy. Switching our cam positions, that's down to, did Sharon switch us around? I don't know. I don't think so. But I don't think that would have made a difference. The truth of it is it all comes down to Hikaru, but the more energy we can send anyway, the better. So here we go. The game has started, as has the spam in the chat. And Alex, we get a repeat so far of game 1, but this time Fabi deciding to drop the bishop back to f1 instead.
Yeah, that was the move you
Why are they
suggested.
playing this like it's a bullet game?
Well, I suspect that they are both still in theory, and the pace will slow down. But you know what? I think that so far, so good for Hikaru. The game has taken a little bit of a different turn, but I felt that with the system that Fabiano went for in their first game, Hikaru didn't manage to equalize, whereas here, as you can see from the health bar, black has 0 problems.
Yeah, indeed. I think this has gone great for Hikaru so far. 97, which is played quite quickly, is not approved, but I wonder if this is something that Hikaru looked at, judging by the speed of it. I'm slightly perplexed by what's going on here, Alex.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much stock we can take in the evaluation, because, for example, yes, it says +1, but what is the engine suggesting as the +1 line? Bishop b5, knight a7, and then it's suggesting to just drop the bishop back. So certainly that would just be an equal position. That's not what Fabiano must be intending. So maybe things are not as bad as they would appear if we just look at the health bar alone.
I have to say, this game has me very confused so far. I'm not sure. Does everything revolve around the pressure on the C5 pawn? Or I
I
mean, there's
mean,
a bishop on G7 looking down at C3, so what is going on here?
I think just from a general perspective, Fabiano does have the bishop pair and he also has greater central control. I think that this is what the computer is mainly looking at when it assesses White's chances as being a lot better. But in practice, and certainly with these short time controls, I think that the position is maybe yes, it may very well be a little bit better for White, but it doesn't appear to be anything too disastrous. Now it's true that Fabiano has just snatched a pawn, but this is part of Hikaru's plan, and I suspect he'll continue with a move like Queen to A5 here. No, he chooses Knight to B6 instead. In either case, his idea is to challenge this bishop to activate the rook. So Hikaru is going for this pawn, has gone for this pawn sacrifice. And whether or not he intended it initially, whether or not he saw all of this ahead of time, I think he's not going to be overly worried just yet. Um, in the sense that he does have pressure, he does have the possibility of capturing here. Now, having said that, he has the bigger problems to solve because White is also threatening to grab potentially a second pawn here on c5. And another detail that can't be overlooked is the pressure from White's bishop against Black's king. You never know when a move like bishop takes f7 may strike. In fact, it may be the case that Fabiano is currently threatening this move because after king takes f7, there would be the move queen b3 check. The king would be on f7 exposed, and there would be pressure on this knight. So Hikaru certainly with some important questions to answer.
Yeah, I'm still perplexed because Hikaru did play into all this quite quickly. Right now, as you mentioned, bishop takes f7 is a move that need a threat that needs to be dealt with. I'm The problem is that okay, bishop f7 is a threat, but so is taking on c5, and I'm trying. What happens if I play c4? Trying to shut down the
I
bishop.
I think c4 can land black in a lot of trouble very, very quickly. And the reason for that is that after a move like bishop to c2, there might be some d5 ideas. We don't quite have time to focus on that. Now, the computer says this last decision by Hikaru was not ideal, but it's kind of a human approach. Yes, White could capture another pawn, but then the pawn on c3 would have been weak later on. So, in fact, Fabiano doesn't play the move that was considered best, doesn't capture the pawn on c5. And now this retreating move makes a lot of sense. First of all, it opens up the vision of the queen. So no more second pawn for Fabiano. That is good news. And additionally, the knight on d8 protects the pawns f7 and e6. That's important when you see White's bishop and knight coordinating there to potentially ready themselves for sacrifice.
Yeah, and I'm trying to, remind myself of game one of this match, where as Black Hikaru was also in a very precarious situation. Now the last couple of moves have certainly steadied the ship here for Hikaru. We're back into well, for starters, we have regained our pawn on a3. The evaluation has calmed down. And I think there must be a lot of nerves going on in Toronto in the playing hall right now. But we are back in this game after a little bit of a shocker in the very early stages here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think both players they don't have time to calculate these crazy lines that the computer is suggesting. And so in a sense, it was a greater scare visually just seeing that health bar shoot up in Fabiano's direction was very scary. But in practice, perhaps Hikaru was not in quite as much trouble as it would seem.
Yeah, and I like this last move, rook a2, activating the rook along the second rank, pinning the bishop on c2. And Hikaru is really activating his pieces. Not only has he regained his pawn, but his pieces are coming to life. And this is a three-result game once again with all to play for. Now what we need is, of course, to keep an eye on the clock. Remember, Hikaru started this game 6 minutes down, but still 6 minutes on the clock. And uh, we've got a lot of central tension, Alex. How do you evaluate all this?
Yeah, honestly, I like Hikaru's position here. Objectively, it's around equal from a computer standpoint, even suggesting that white stands a little bit better. But I've played similar positions before, and in my opinion, from both sides, in my opinion, it's a little easier to play from the black side here, in the sense that, for example, this pawn on c3 can be easily targeted. Black has the more active rooks. Black has pressure against the bishop, pressure against the center. It's easy to go wrong. And in fact, look at the direction that the health bar has been moving in over the last few moves. And we can see already that the opinion of the machine has changed, and Fabiano is the one losing the thread, which is excellent news. Remember, Hikaru will go through with both a win or a draw.
Yeah, and the evaluation is all over the place in this game. I think nerves, also fatigue, I think the schedule of the event has been quite intense. The pressure that the players are under in a two-game match is so intense every single day. It's already day 3 of the competition. It's been a long year in general. We are getting now towards the end of 2023. So all of that plays a role, I think, in the games we are seeing and the mistakes from pretty much all the players playing there in Toronto. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. We see Fabi play Queen D2, gunning for the pawn on F4. But if Fabiano takes that pawn on F4, we don't need to be worried because Hikaru has his eyes on the white pawn on C3, and he is in fact bringing the queen in. Now, the chat, I'm sure, will be delighted to see the triple stack here. I failed to address this before. And things are getting messy. The d6 pawn is hanging as well now, but Hikaru's pieces have all, come into the enemy camp. This is still
No,
very messy.
unfortunately, I have to say that this decision from Hikaru a few moves ago to step the knight onto f4 and allow Fabiano to change the pawn structure was a dangerous decision, because now black is actually down a pawn. And well, he was down a pawn before, but the problem here is that before he had a lot of piece activity. Now, if Fabiano finds this move e5, he will shut down the activity of black's powerful bishop along this diagonal. Now the bishop will be out of the game indefinitely, and it starts to feel a bit uncomfortable. You have to ask yourself whether or not that was the best practical decision. But again, it's a very, very fast time control. Hikaru is down to 5 minutes, and by no means is the position anywhere close to winning. Still, any result is possible. White with a slight edge. My only concern would be that the position has become a bit easier to play for Fabiano than a few moves ago, and a bit harder for Hikaru. And that's the kind of environment where mistakes can creep in.
Yeah, rook a6, the computer did not like that, as the queen now centralizes on d5. I'm not sure, once again, why it's so bad. Is it to do with the pressure against f7?
Well, I think it's the combination of white having the greater center, finally finding some good piece coordination, and perhaps black's passed pawn is also feeling a little bit of the heat. In addition, we have possibilities of rook b7, rook b8. which Hikaru is shutting down by offering this rook trade here. Unfortunately, though, besides the pawn, the concern is that after white steps their king to h2, it's going to be very difficult for Hikaru to create threats against the white king.
Yeah, we see Fabi regrouping here, bringing the queen to e4. I mean, still, I have to say I'm shocked that this is such a big edge, for white. But maybe we are seeing now why that is so. As the white pawns start advancing in the center, and Fabiano playing g3, just, I think, shutting down the queen from b8 that was looking at the king.
Yeah, this
Hikaru,
position is...
yeah.
Sorry, no, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Hikaru needs, I think one of the problems is that it's really difficult to find counterplay here. We see
Yeah,
the
maybe
shake of
even
the head as well.
Fabiano may even just take that second pawn, being very greedy here. And unfortunately, it seems like he's getting away with that greed. He is now two central pawns to the good, and things are not moving in the right direction.
I mean, I don't know what is going on in this tournament. It feels like there is some kind of curse on these Armageddon games. I think I'm gonna be scarred for life after this tournament. I don't want to hear of another Armageddon game for a really long time after this. Um, I mean, E6, Fabiano has been, playing this game really well after, I think after Hikaru played this knight f4 move from there on out. It's unfortunately been one-way traffic as Hikaru is fighting on, but white just has too big of a material edge here, and the black king, unfortunately, in some trouble as well.
Yeah, at this stage, Hikaru needs a miracle, and you can see the frustration on his face here. Once again, he was in good shape out of the opening, and then just maybe one or two inaccuracies, and that's all it takes at this level against the player of the caliber of Fabiano.
Yeah, Hikaru has taken the pawn on f7, but knight g5 is another piece swooping in, hitting the rook, which moves to 2b7. It's just really hard to watch this. I think bishop b3 will be maybe the final move, or one of the final moves we see in this game, as Fabi is moving in for the final blow. It's difficult to commentate on the remainder of this game because, of course, we always want to, look at things on the bright side and look for some final tricks. But here, it's really hard to see how Fabiano. The problem is Fabiano's king is just too safe. Hikaru's king is completely open. The pieces are passive, so of course in this format it makes sense to play on, but yeah, it's difficult to stay optimistic in this situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that if Hikaru is going to try something more, he may try to expel this knight that is a thorn in black's side, but Fabiano can meet that move with d7, ignoring the attack and going all in on this strong advanced pawn. And unfortunately, at this point, unless Fabiano makes a very big mistake, it's no longer in Hikaru's control.
Yeah, and there is the resignation after bishop c6. Very tough day at the office for Hikaru. I think, we've said everything there was to be said. Sometimes things just don't go your way. I think we should watch the game between Denis Lazovic and Alireza Firouzja, the two players who, much like Hikaru, are on 1 point. I think it would be in Hikaru's favor if Denis wins here. Who is Alireza playing tomorrow? I'm very curious because if Alireza comes out of this tiebreak as the victor, we definitely need Alireza, I think, to lose tomorrow. That's why I'm curious to find out who he will be playing. But this endgame is also not over just yet. I mean, Dennis has a 3.5 minute edge, and as we've seen, these endgames, you can drag them out for a long time. So I think there is still some hope here for Dennis to go find a victory in this endgame.
I agree. White definitely is the side with the better chances here. It's not just about bishop and knight that usually are a little bit stronger than two knights. It's also about the fact that White's king is closer to attacking this pawn. So Alireza can quite easily go wrong in this position. With best play, it's a draw. But yeah, we've seen all kinds of results in this tournament. So for sure, we may get a decisive one here.
Yeah, so we see Dennis bringing his king over to the queen side. Of course, he's looking to, at the right moment, step into c4 with the king. I mean, I'm shocked the computer says this is completely even. I wouldn't feel super comfortable defending this as black, as we see Alireza attack the white pawn on b3. Is that gonna be... Why can't we play king c2 here? What am I missing?
I'm not seeing any issue with king c2. Maybe black simply retreats the knight and
By
argues
the way,
you've been going
sorry to
backwards.
cut across, Alex, but Hikaru will be joining us shortly, so do stick around to hear his thoughts on what happened today as we continue following this match between Lazovic and Alireza Firouzja.
That's impressive, actually. That Hikaru will drop in. I mean, we've all had bad tournaments when things don't go your way. Usually, you're not in a very social mood, so yeah, it's very appreciated.
Okay, so for now, let's keep watching this endgame here, where not much has happened in the game, but Alireza's time has ticked down to a minute. If you're white, Alex, do you exchange the knights on e6 or not?
Well, it was a difficult decision because Alireza's, maneuvering was very, very precise, and I think actually he's kind of closing the door on Denis Lazovic's winning opportunities here by somehow, we were talking at the start of the position that Black's king was the less active king, and now look at the king now, right? Or both of the kings. We see that Alireza seems to have gotten the better of the last sequence, and he's looking to guide this game into a draw. Alireza is still with some clock troubles, and this position might remind some of the viewers a little bit of that endgame in one of the games between Nodirbek, Abdusatorov, the Armageddon game, where he had the bishop and Hikaru had the knight. So those positions can be tricky, but this one is a less tricky version to hold. So I think Alireza will probably manage to hold the balance. What are your thoughts, Fiona?
Yeah, I think my thoughts are, if Alireza can I think it's gonna be tough. I think the players are not used to, I mean, I doubt that any of them has ever played with a 1 second increment over the board. I really think that Alireza to guarantee the draw will have to just liquidate everything. So I think that's what a lot of this game comes down to. Can Dennis keep some pawns alive just to keep the onus on Alireza to keep making moves with just that 1 second increment, which is actually only kicking in
Hello?
now as we are joined by Hikaru. Hikaru, thank you so much for
Hello?
coming on after. Hello?
Okay.
Can you hear us? I don't. Hello?
Hello?
Hmm? I don't hear
As
you guys. Give me 1 second.
testing. Hello? Hello, hello. So meanwhile, the game is still alive, but 20 seconds now for Alireza. And I just think, I think it's just really, really difficult to make the moves in time here. Making a move within that 1 second that you get every time is just, I think it's just really, really difficult. So Lazovic needs to find a way to just keep the game going
Why can't I hear anybody?
at all costs here.
The heck?
And while we wait for Hikaru to sort out his the speakers or the headset, I am curious, can Dennis keep the game going long enough to push Alireza over to the time here? He's taking his time. He still has a minute 45, so he's just trying to find the trickiest path to keep asking questions. He wants to avoid Alireza being able to give up his knight for one of the pawns and force the exchange of the final pawns. But do you think there's a way to do that, Alex?
I'm not seeing one, to be honest, because the problem is, the knight can land on e6 very soon, and then f4 and g3 comes, and at that point, those pawns are getting traded, and I think Alireza is going for exactly this plan right now. The second f4 g3 happens, the only way to avoid the trade is by pushing your own pawn. But at that point, black has a pawn on g3 that is protected by the other pawn, and yeah, it's hard to see how Denis Lazovic is going to be able to win that endgame.
Yeah, Alireza has really been super impressive here. He is now looking to just get all the white pawns off the board, which of course will secure an immediate draw. Not too sure how Dennis is going. I think Dennis is going to try. Dennis is also fighting for his survival in the tournament. Right now, both these players only have 1 point in the tournament. So getting a second point here is absolutely crucial for their chances. But I think with those last few moves, Alireza has just secured the win of this match against Dennis, which I think is not what we wanted to see. I'm still not sure who is Alireza playing tomorrow, because Hikaru and Dennis are at the bottom of the standings with 1 point. It is clear that Hikaru needs to win tomorrow. Oh, he's playing Magnus. Okay, but that is the best possible news in a bad situation. Okay, so does that mean that if Hikaru beats Dennis and Alireza loses to Magnus, is Hikaru through in that scenario? That would mean, yeah, I think that would mean that Hikaru would be through on head to head. And I don't think that Magnus will ever. I see there's some theories in the chat. I think, you may think of Magnus what you want, but he is a sportsman. Magnus I don't believe will ever throw a match. I really just don't see that happening.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Also, I mean, not only is he a sportsman, but Magnus hates to lose. So that's not, he would never throw or never sort of violate sporting principles. But if he had to, the last way he'd do it is by losing a game.
Yeah, and I mean Magnus, even I don't know if Magnus and Wesley have already secured the top 2 spots. I mean, I don't know what even, let me see what happened in the final Armageddon match of this round. Wesley saw Drew as black against Nodirbek. So Wesley is actually on a perfect 6 out of 6, which is just incredibly impressive. So Wesley definitely is in top 2. If I'm not mistaken, Magnus has 5 points. But I don't know what the standings are behind that.
Hello?
Hello?
Why can't I hear you guys? Oh my god.
Also,
Okay, whatever.
we are still working on the tech issues. I think you guys can hear Hikaru, but the problem is that Hikaru cannot hear us. So we are working on that. Maybe if worse comes to worse, Hikaru could just share his thoughts without us asking any questions. Bear with us, guys. We are working on getting Hikaru on. He is actually here. We're just having some sound issues right now. Meanwhile, can somebody in the chat let me know who is in 3rd position in the tournament right now and how many points?
Also, sorry to cut across, Fiona, but one option, if the tech issues can't be resolved, is I guess that Hikaru can listen to us via the stream, right? So it wouldn't be the same live format.
I thought about this actually.
Yeah, what's up, you guys?
Hey, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys fine.
Okay. Hikaru, thank you so much for coming on here. I know it's been a difficult day, so I think I'm just gonna let you share your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing, this whole event's been pretty terrible to put it mildly. I mean, obviously today, I mean, Fabiano match is one thing, but I mean, this first match, of course, I should have won quite convincingly. But as with seemingly every day, I just missed. I mean, I spent a lot of time and I missed the most basic of tactics, and then I got into trouble in the second game against Nodirbek. If you pull it up, I mean, when he played this knight h5 move, I spent forever on, and then I played I played f5, which was fine. Yeah, so if we go back here, basically, I mean, I played f5, which was fine, and they played knight f4, and then I just blundered e5 after like a 4-minute think, just forgetting that after rook f8, f6, there was rook g6, and I'm just in trouble. I mean, it's just a horrible move here. I mean, if you go back, I mean, if I play queen f3 or queen g4, queen f3 was what I was looking at. I mean, I never lose this game. I win the match, and everything's completely different. And I mean that was bad. The Armageddon game was, I mean, even more ridiculous because I also was even on the clock and better in that game, I think, and then I just threw it away. So yeah, I mean this first match was just absolutely horrible, and I mean the second match was like I almost just didn't want to play chess. Frankly, I think it was pretty clear because I got a losing position out of the opening against Fabiano with the black pieces. Yeah, I mean I played this a5 move, which was absolutely just so bad. I mean, just so incredibly bad. I don't play a5 and I just go king e7, king d7. I draw this game easily. I mean, a5 was just a ridiculous move. I just go king e7, king d7, shuffle forever. It's a draw. I mean, it's just an easy draw at that. It's not even like there's anything that I have to do. So yeah, I mean, this game sort of like was just way too much. I mean, when when you factor in the second game where I lost with White, and then this game, this Armageddon game, I mean, it was all a little bit too much. And the Fabiano set of games was even in some ways more ridiculous, because the first game I was completely lost, and then apparently I was winning at some point. Second game I had a chance to maybe win as well, but then this Armageddon game, of course, was just like, I mean, I played knight f4, which is just absurd. I was going to play queen a5, bishop d2, and then just kind of sit and wait. And then I decided to go knight f4. And then once he was able to trade and go queen d2, I mean, I'm sure I was still okay, but it was just another situation of, like, frankly, I don't know if it's my nerves or what it is, but just like nothing really going the right way. I mean, like knight f4 is just such a. So queen a5 is what I was going to play, and then I thought I could play knight f4 and simplify. But yeah, like queen a5, bishop d2, and even something like queen c7 or queen a7 back, and there's just, I mean, I never lose this position basically. Like queen c7 is probably cleaner, but just queen c7, and then if White goes d5, there's knight f4. If White takes, I can play knight takes e5. I mean, everything is just completely fine. So yeah, I mean, this was just like, yeah, I don't know if it's nerves or calculation, or it's just frankly everything going wrong, and so I wasn't really inspired at this point. But yeah, I mean, it's just terrible. I mean, I wish I had something good to say about it, but I mean, the problem is that it's not actually a situation where my opponents are beating me. That's why I'm so annoyed by it, because most of these mistakes that I've made, if we exclude the first day, of course, when, I mean, it was very clear that Wesley and MVL were better than me. Actually, I should say Magnus was too, but like, I mean, this was completely self-inflicted in I mean, the entire first match against Nodirbek, and this entire match against Fabiano too. I mean, just all of it's so self-inflicted for no reason. So it's very, very, very disappointing, I guess you could say. I mean, I think for whatever reason, I'm just, I mean, I think I'm letting everything just get to me. I guess you could say.
There is
Yeah.
still, yeah, sorry, go ahead, Alex.
No, I was just going to comment that from our perspective, as we were watching the games, it felt like all of these Armageddon games, there were these just critical moments where the margins were as fine as they can get. And somehow, somehow it all seemed to just at the very last second go against you. I, I don't know. I feel like that must be very, very tough to manage that dynamic.
Well, I mean, as I said, the problem is it's not actually situations where it's like difficult moves. Like every single, well, I guess Magnus, to be fair, that's the one Armageddon where like there were a lot of tricky moments, and I didn't have, like, I mean, I had the one spot with the end game, but it's not like I had multiple moments where I was completely fine or I had an easy move to draw the game. But in every other Armageddon, I've had very easy moves that I've just like that I blundered for no reason. So, I mean, I think more than anything, it's just for whatever reason, I'm just panicking when I get low on time. I'm just like, I'm completely panicking. And that I think is ultimately the culprit. And I mean, I think probably, when I look at it, it's a huge mistake that I actually have not played any over the board rapid chess recently. In fact, I think a good comparison would be there was the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, I think in 2022 when I played, and I had not played in a long time, and I did horribly in that event. I think I got maybe like 3 points out of 9 or something, but it was actually very similar to this, where like there were a couple of games where I was doing fine, then just blunders and critical moments, and yeah, it's been a bad event, very, very bad event. On the other hand, I mean, it's, I don't necessarily want to downplay this event, because obviously I'd like to do well, but it's much better this happen here than happen in, say, Isle of Man or the Candidates, for example.
Of course, also the tournament is not over yet. Tomorrow you play Dennis Lazovic. I think you're currently tied at 1 point. So it is, as you know, crucial that you win your own game. And then I think Ali Reza is on 2 points and playing Magnus.
I mean, ultimately, it depends on whether who Magnus wants in the who he wants in the top 6. I mean, let's be honest. Magnus ultimately decides whether he wants me there, he wants Ali Reza there. So, I mean, I'll try to play a good match.
Do you think Magnus would ever throw a game of chess?
I mean, I'm not going to comment on what Magnus will or won't do. But as I said, he ultimately controls the destiny in terms of who he wants, or whether. I mean, of course, I mean, let's be fair. Like, I could just lose tomorrow against Lazovic, and none of it matters, obviously. But I mean, you expect me to win, and I would say, frankly, if I can't beat Lazovic, then I don't. I mean, I don't deserve to qualify anyway. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens, but in general, yeah, it's just. I mean, I almost don't even care if I make the top 6 or not. I'm just that disgusted with my play across the board. So it's not a big deal to me what happens tomorrow. I just kind of play a couple of games and get out of here is my attitude, pretty much.
What are you gonna do tonight to just try and reset before the final day?
I mean, I don't think there's anything really that I need to do in terms of resetting. I mean, I think I just have to play good chess. I think one of the biggest things that I've been doing poorly here is my time management has been very bad in a lot of the games, just across the board. And actually another good example was the game against Fabiano when he made an illegal threefold claim. I had 2 minutes and I still used up like 1 minute 40 seconds there before I even moved out of like thin air. Like, so, I mean, what I would say is that, I mean, it just everything's been off, and I think the only silver lining is that this is an event that ultimately is it's I want to do well, but it's not it's not of the same caliber as say Isle of Man or the candidate. So that's really the only upside in terms of what I'm going to do tonight. Not a whole lot. I also would say that I felt generally a little bit I don't want to say disinterested, but I haven't felt very motivated for some reason. Like this whole event with all the chaos around it, all the moving parts, I just haven't felt really all that great. So I don't think there's anything specific I'm going to do. Probably I'll try not to think about chess. That if anything is the thing that I would do. But I mean, also as a side note, because I know there obviously are a lot of people who are very happy to see me doing poorly. I think people forget how hard it is to try and do all these different things. And I would say that people should enjoy it while it lasts, because at the end of the day, I do think that there's going to come a time when I will not be able to do these recaps. I will not be able to play at the high level and do all these different things in the same way. So I would say that I think all the other stuff on the side besides simply playing right now is actually catching up with me in this event as well. And so we'll see. I mean, I probably won't do a recap tonight, and simply that's because I really do want to see if it's all this noise, everything going on, or what exactly is happening. But I think that people should enjoy it, because there is going to come a time when like I can't do all these things, and I know that time has already come, but I mean we'll see.
Just a final question, I guess, and I don't know if you have talked about this before. Do you already know if there is any other tournaments or events on the calendar for you?
Well, I mean, I'm playing in the German Bundesliga in February, and then I'm playing the candidates in April. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what my plans are. I mean, honestly, if I'm being honest, 2024 feels very much like it could be one of the last years when I'm really playing a lot of chess. I guess you could say, because I have, or one of the years I don't have a lot of chess per se. I really only have the candidates in Norway chess that are planned if we go further out. I don't really know, because life is strange. If you go back like 4 or 5 years ago, I would have told you guys that I loved Rapid and Blitz, and somehow now I actually think I like Classical much more than I like Rapid or Blitz. So it's all very, very strange in general terms. But I don't really have a whole lot of chess planned in 2024. I mean, I've said before, and not to belabor the point, but obviously, I'm a streamer first. It is what pays the bills. So we'll see what the plans look like. But I mean, I guess if I were to say something, if I start playing like this pretty consistently, I probably won't be playing a lot more chess. So let's leave it at that.
Okay, well, let's see what happens with that. I think there are plenty of positives to take away from this year as well. Hikaru, we really appreciate you coming on tonight, and
Yeah.
best of luck for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I also, because I mean, just I guess this is my channel, like sounding devastated. I think that's not really the right word for it. I think what I would say is that it's just if I'm gonna, it's one thing to to sort of get outplayed every game. Like when you get outplayed, I mean, and that can mean many different things, but you know, when you lose a game because your opponent has fundamentally been better than you, it's not like as bad. But the point is that, and this actually applies across the board. I'll give a good example. But you know, when you look at Garry Kasparov towards the end of his career, and mind you, I'm not comparing myself to Garry because obviously, you know, I could be the world champ. I could win the chance to win the world championship. And my career is still nothing compared to his. But I would say that like when I think about Garry, because he was my idol growing up, towards the end of his career, like I feel like in the last like year or two that he was playing, he started making a lot more blunders, kind of careless blunders. I remember a game against Husman actually very specifically, and Husman was like a 2,600 player, and Garry just lost that game. And you know, for me, I would say that I feel like the mistakes that I'm making here. You know, if you're getting outplayed, it just shows it's just the levels going down. But when you start like defeating yourself to some degree, it's a sign perhaps that things, you know, times are changing a little bit. So I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily devastated. I'm just kind of disturbed by the way I've played overall. And you know, again, it's just one tournament per se, and obviously, I mean, as I said, there's been a lot of noise. There's been a lot of noise around many different things lately. So you know, it's, you know, perhaps not meant to be with this specific event, but I think that as a whole, if I'm going to start playing like this, you know, you guys better enjoy it because there won't be that many more events.
We'll make sure to make the most of tomorrow, Hikaru. Once again, we appreciate you taking, you know, taking the time and coming on here to share your thoughts.
Yeah, no
Best of
problem.
luck tomorrow, and we'll speak to you then.
Okay, have a good one, you guys.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye. Okay, well, a lot to unpack from this interview. Of course, goes without saying this hasn't been the best event, but as Hikaru mentioned, he is in the candidates that will, without the shadow of a doubt, be his main focus in 2024. All is not lost. It is not in Hikaru's own hands anymore, but there is still a chance that he will make it to the survival stage. All of that will be decided tomorrow in the first match of the day, where Hikaru plays Lazovic in a must-win situation. And we also need Magnus Carlsen to beat Alireza Firouzja in the other match. That is it from us for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Look forward to hopefully seeing you here again tomorrow. Make sure to bring all that energy. I was gonna say one last time, hopefully not a last time. We'll find out tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Have a good one. Bye bye.